Hey guys, welcome to the stream. This is Rod Arriagada coming to you live from Black River First Nation, and we're here for the 2021 Chief and Council Candidates Forum. This is live coverage brought to you by Turtle Nation Holdings. My name is Rod Arriagada. I'll be your host today, and we're going to get into it pretty much right away. Our first candidate up, let me get my name underneath there out of the screen. There we go. And so our first candidate up is going to be Leah Fontaine. And she's already sitting down. I'm just going to give a couple of seconds here to let some people get in the room, and then we're going to get started. Yeah, we need the lights on. It's a little dark. There we go. Well, we need that one too. There we go. All right. So, whenever you're ready, we're going to get you set up here on the mic. First, I'll start off with a couple of things. So all viewers are going to have a chance to be able to ask some questions for these candidates afterwards. So we're going to give them 10 minutes each to be able to present their platform. And after they present their platform, there'll be a couple of questions. If there's no questions, then we're going to move on to the next candidate. And eventually, as we build up questions, if there's no questions, then I'll start reusing some of the questions that have been asked already from other candidates, all right? So we're going to get going right now. That's Leah Fontaine. She's going to be your first candidate presenter her speech. She's going to have 10 minutes starting right away. I'm going to turn down my mic and turn her mic up.
Good afternoon, elders, members, and candidates. I'd just like to share with you my first experience of my first term. It was quite the learning experience. I really loved working for our people, both on and off reserve members. Also enjoyed beautifying our community annually. This is our home. Take pride in our First Nation. I sure do. I enjoyed working with my colleagues. Yes, we didn't agree on certain items at times, but at the end of the day, we came to conclusion, and even if we weren't happy about it, we still continued on with our duties. We had a great challenge towards us at the end of our term due to the pandemic. We've never dealt with issues like this ever. It was challenging and quite the experience for not only the council but the community as well. That too is quite the learning experience for all of us, and I truly believe as a collective we did an exceptional job keeping our community and children safe, and let's continue to do that. Today's children are our future and we need to protect them. I did a lot during my term, things I can honestly say that I'm very proud of. As a collective, we did our roads, our hall, our radio station, and most of all our bingos, just to name a few. I'd like to thank my nominator, Lucy Bird, along with my seconder, Meredith Black. Thank you very much. I accepted my nomination to continue working for our membership. I will work hard. I will be fair. I will continue to care. I will listen to you all. I will speak for you. I will love you all. I love Black River. This is my home. You need to care to sit in this position for the people, not for your pocket. You need not to deal with your people in anger. You need to treat them fairly. Work together as a collective. That's all I'll say for now. I am going around person to person, handing out my pamphlets. I will not use social media to do my campaign. In closing, I'd like to humbly ask my supporters, my family, my friends for their vote on Saturday, July 24th, and on Monday, August 2nd. Miigwech. Vote Leah Fontaine for council. Any questions?
So at the moment, there's no questions at the moment. So I'm going to ask you some of the questions that have been asked before, and I'm going to see one that's kind of relatable, I guess. Okay, one of the questions is, what do you think about creating a 7 generations plan? A 7 generations plan for the nation? So like setting a mandate, I guess, for the future for the future generations?
Well, we got to work to that as a community, as a collective. One person can't do it alone. It's got to be the whole community and the whole council.
Another question is, what kind of jobs would you bring into the community?
I've created training employment. Throughout my whole term, like I said, I've had an annual beautification program going for the first year. I've employed over 30 people just for the Treaty 5 Summit alone. And then I've continued on to a annual beautification program, which I've employed in the beginning, like I said, 30, and then it started going down due to lack of interest. I don't know if it was the pandemic that affected people's work ethic. There was jobs posted, but nobody would apply for those positions. We were literally calling out there for people to come and apply. The interest needs to be out there. There are jobs, but they need to apply.
Okay, and one of the, I guess this is from a different place though, but they're asking, how will you create inclusion with on and off reserve members throughout the year? How will you create inclusion for on and off reserve members?
Giving them information when it's available. In the beginning of our term, it was a real struggle because number one, I didn't really know my off-reserve members. There's a lot of members on our membership list that we don't know, and our membership list keeps continuing to grow. So it's kind of a difficult thing to do, to reach out to people that you don't even know. Our best situation is to get out there, and we use social media a lot for there's a governance page, which I personally took myself off because of the negative stuff being posted on there. I stay away from negative. I'm a positive thinker, and that's how I conduct myself.
Okay, and that's going to be it for the questions right now, because the other questions don't really apply to here. I guess there's one question, but I'm not sure how informed you are on it, because every time I ask this question, a lot of people are not informed on it. But how do you feel about Bill 64 being brought into or coming into our province?
I'm not really aware of that, the Bill 64. I've heard bits and bits of it, but I'm not really educated on it.
It's about education, right? So it's about, I think, the government trying to have more control on how education is handled throughout reserves and the small communities, something like that. I'm not too familiar with either, but it's something that every community kind of bringing up and asking about. But thank you. So that's it. That's all the questions I got.
Okay.
So that's Leah Fontaine, guys. If you guys want to support Leah Fontaine, you can do so on election day. Just make sure you put an X right next to her name. Thank you very much for your time, Leah.
One last thing. Good luck to all the candidates.
That's Leah Fontaine. That was our first candidate. Who's the second candidate? Can you find out for me?
What's your name?
Adrian Abraham, okay. Just on the wait, not ready yet.
Just give us a sec here.
All right, so our next candidate up is going to be Adrian Abraham. He's already sitting down in his seat. And Adrian, you're going to have 10 minutes to present your platform. And if there's any questions after, I'll ask you some questions. So to the audience, the viewers that are watching right now, if you guys have any questions for your candidates, please feel free to ask any questions. Just make sure you keep it positive and no negative and derogatory comments, please. And go ahead, sir. You'll have 10 minutes starting right now.
Oh, my name is Adrian Abraham. I've been a community member for about 9 years now, I do believe. My platform is bringing honesty and bringing into try to make the community as one. I've done so many good things for different other communities, and my main priority, the things I do, is for Black River. I like to live my life honestly. I have no criminal record whatsoever. I'm drug-free. I don't do alcohol. And I treat a lot of people really good because the, when I look at the reserve, I see a lot of people get shunned away by people when they become council or when they say they want to run for council, but when you, after the elections are done, all these people are forgotten. Now, my platform is I'm gonna be always honest with people. I will always be with, talk to the people, even the people that don't, I know a lot of people don't like to vote because they have no faith in certain councils, certain councilors. But like I say, I've done a lot of things for the community. Just past week, I supported a young woman that passed away that within the community. And I go to like other communities to do what I do. I don't ask for nothing. And that's the way I will run as a counselor. I'll be fair, I'll be honest, and I will always be support Black River and wherever I go. And like other things I will do to make things better and treat people the way everybody should be treated, not holding this job as you got me in, so goodbye. Wait. Yeah.
Okay, so let me just check here. Yeah, no, I don't have any questions, so I'm going to ask you some of those same questions, I guess. Are you aware of Bill 64, first of all? Okay, so, well, yeah, a lot of people are not really informed about it, so we're not going to really push that one too much. Let's ask a different one. So I'm not sure how the situation is here, but for this other community, there was one of the questions. What do you plan to bring into the community for drugs and alcohol addictions? What kind of programs can you create or do for community members to be able to overcome their addiction?
I'm a community wellness worker, and the pandemic sort of puts things away, and the things we're going to do is we're going to do AA, talk to other people. Like I go out to, my old job was a medical van driver. I used to talk to a lot of people that had concerns. They see what goes on, but they won't speak up. So like I will be a voice for these people, that the ones that don't vote and say they have no faith in counselor. I will always be there if they want concern. I won't shun them away. I've gotten along with a lot of people everywhere I go.
So how will each candidate ensure all community members have information? Not everyone is on social media. Not everyone is considered or consulted. More visits to homes, not just during elections. So how will you ensure that all community members have information whenever it's going on with your community?
Like I said, I live in the area where most of the people get shunned away. If they want to come and talk to me, my door will always be open. I won't turn nobody back. I'll treat people the way I want to be treated, and that's the way a real life should be, instead of always everybody turning apart. We are all Ojibwe people. Like Hollowater, Sagin, we're all Ojibwe. We're not different. There's no difference between us. We'll support each other. We can do a lot of things. Come together as one. You can do so many things as one.
Okay, so it says here many young people do not hold valid certificates in trades and degrees. How are you going to promote education for our members?
We would have to have, you have to speak to the people, the young ones, positively, no matter like what they do, and you should not treat them like they're bad. It's just that if you treat them the way they want to be treated or talked to instead of looking down at them, they will listen to you. They will come to terms and ability to, if they want to go training, yes, we do a lot of that. As long as they put the effort into what they do, I'll be there to help whatever training. And like I would like to talk with most of the young guys that are always shunned out for things to see if they would actually want to become into the trades, because most of us, the ones that are older and all that, are getting too old to do some jobs. We need younger guys to do more work and to train into more trades.
Okay, thank you very much, Adrian. I don't have any more questions. It was a great speech, great answers to the questions too. Congratulations and good luck to you on your candidacy. If you guys want to support Adrian Abraham, you can do so on election day. Just, go next to his name, put an X or a check mark on there, and that's how you support him for his campaign. And so we're going to set up here for our next candidate. We're just waiting to find out who that candidate is. In the meantime, I'm going to pop up. Where are we here? All right, so this is the format here. Each candidate will have up to 10 minutes to present their platforms. So just so you guys are aware, that's why the time is kind of going a little bit fast. We're doing 10 minutes. And also, if you guys are looking to ask any questions, this is the time to ask your candidates questions. Right now, I'm using recycled questions from a previous candidates forum. It would be nice if we can get some of you guys asking some questions, some of the concerns that you guys may have for your community. So feel free to ask some questions. Who do we got next? We got a lot of candidates here. We're just waiting to find out who's going to be coming in next, and then we're going to get them up on the stream right away. Victor Bird, okay. Victor Bird is going to be your next candidate coming up. Just going to find his name here, and we're going to get him set up. All right, so you guys do your part, ask some questions. Let's get a little bit more involved. I don't want to keep asking the same questions. So here we go. 10 minutes, Mr. Victor Bird. You can start whenever you're ready. I'm going to turn down my mic and turn yours up.
Can I stand?
Yeah, if you want to, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Annie Bugeaud, good afternoon, fellow community members on and off reserve. My name is Victor Bird. I'm the son of Harold and Gladys Bird and a proud member of Black River First Nation. Sorry. If I have you on Facebook, I posted a selfie this morning. I was all dressed up and everything, ready to go at like 9:30 this morning. But my brother messaged me. He said, "Oh, your suit and your pants and your shirt look pretty wrinkly." So I had to change clothes, and here I am. Sorry. Anyways, I will start by quoting a quote I put on my campaign platform. Home is where the heart is. I say this because Black River First Nation will always be my home. Black River will always be where my heart is. As an elected council member, I would reintroduce the Student Incentive Program, which would see new bikes given out to children in Black River School from grades kindergarten to 8 with an 85% yearly attendance average. It would see all adult ed grads get $300, $500 for all high school grads grade 9 to 12, which would increase to $750 for students with an 85% attendance average, and $1,000 for students with an 85% grade average and 85% yearly attendance average. This would be for all, $300 for post-secondary students who finish yearly, and $500 for post-secondary students upon graduation from a recognized post-secondary institution. This would apply to all reserve members, this would apply to all on and off reserve members. I would stand with school staff, school teachers, and support staff and students and say no to Bill 64. In the event that Black River First Nation decides to leave Frontier, I would work diligently with the chief and fellow council members and with community consultation to have a plan in place so that teachers and students and support staff do not lose funding for school programs. I'd work with the homeschool coordinator and school counselor to bring a career fair to the students and the youth of the community. Create after-school mentorship programs, sport development camps, house leagues for kids and youth, coordinate children's summer camps with Jordan's Principal and Child and Family Services, which would see us utilize summer student workers. There would also be a sports subsidy for parents with children in organized sports. As your elected council member, I would support Jordan's Principal land-based rec leader, Nate Niepenak, and his team 100%. How could you not, with all he and his team have done for our beautiful community? There would be monthly elders meetings with honorarium, regardless of your employment status. This would be to see what our elders would like to see done in our community and voice their concerns. I would work with health center staff to start healthy living groups for our elders, create an elders travel group where a selected, not all our elders, but selected elders will do like a draw, whatever, but would see them travel to traditional events and represent Black River First Nation. Carpentry has always been a strength of our community. I would like to see housing and capital repairs go back into local hands, but with strict contingents to make sure that there's no cutting costs or corners, and to make sure that the work is done right, safely, and on time. As a council member, I keep saying I don't like saying I. We, as a council, chief and council, would fundraise longer for community events such as Treaty Days and apply for grants through Manitoba Heritage and community festivals to bring back a powwow to Black River First Nation. All and any work for future community events would be distributed evenly amongst qualified community members. For youth, in the short term, seek out possible training ventures and or job creation programs. In the long term, I would like to see Black River look into the feasibility of starting their own Skills Link program, which would be for students that recently graduated, and their own employment and training services. As South Beach has just opened up again, I don't know what will happen with casino dividend payments this year, but as a council member, I would ensure that all future casino payments will have more than one option, one that suits our community members, not just individuals. Those people, those community members residing off reserve will have access to the high school adult ed incentive program. I would look into and make necessary networking connections with support programs in your area. Any future community payments, whether it be COVID, hopefully it's gone, or whatever, would be distributed equally with all reserve members. As a council member, I will defer, I will not take my discretionary travel fund, which amounts to $10,000 to $12,000 annually. I've already spoken to an individual who assured me that it could be put into a trust that will be used to fund the student incentive program. In closing, I do not like the word leader. As an elected voice for you, the proud people of Black River First Nation, I will be fair, I will be transparent, I will never make any decision without proper community consultation. Any decision made by me will be yours too. My voice is your voice. But most of all, I will be committed to you, our people. Miigwech, thank you. Thank you for your time, and good luck, Chief and Council candidates.
All right, so we do have some questions. Well, since you brought up Bill 64, I'm assuming you know about it. So how do you feel about Bill 64? We'll start off with that one.
How do I feel? It's a total joke, sorry. It's a total joke by the Pallister government to try and take over, to make one centralized school board that will oversee all provincial schools. As Frontiers, their own school board, it means that any decision made for Black River would be made by the centralized school division, which in turn probably means loss of funding and programs for Black River First Nation. So that's a total no. And as I was told that Black River might not be part of Frontier in the near future. So if anything, if they leave Frontier, as a council member, as chief and council, we would work, to make sure there's a plan in place where students do not lose, staff and students do not lose any funding or programs.
Okay, the next question is, so candidates and people generally talk about spending money and bringing programs to the community. How do you plan to bring in revenue into the reserve?
How do I plan to bring in revenue?
Yeah, well, they're saying that, people tend to say, hey, I'm going to do this and do that, but they're saying, so where does money come from? How can you help to create revenue in order to be able to support some of the programs?
Through economic development would be the best way to bring in a source of revenue for the community. But what economic development opportunities are out there you'd have to look into as a chief and council?
Okay, and related to that question is, what kind of jobs would you bring into the community?
Sorry. What kind of jobs? I'm new at this, so I wouldn't know how to answer. I'm trying to think of an answer, but I don't necessarily think I would bring in jobs. The Skills Link program is the way the Skills Link program works is it's for recent grads who are not returning to school, and then they are placed in work placement programs. And then the way the employment and I'm sorry. One second. Okay, and the Employment and Services Training Program would bring in people to do training for our people, which would then in turn give them the necessary skills to seek out work out of the reserve if there's no work. Because quite honestly, how many jobs are out here right now? Can anybody answer that for me? Like, how many besides 2 to 6 week jobs? That's like total short term. I want long term, sustainable work for our people, not just, here's 6 weeks of work. There you go. Is that good enough? Thank you.
Question. This is from the audience that are watching. It says, question for candidates. What does transparency mean to you and how will you show us?
Everything. I will share everything. They will know everything, where every dollar comes in, where every dollar goes. That's one of my election promises, is to be transparent as possible. There's nothing, I won't hide anything. It means everything. It's just one of the most important things in my election platform is to be transparent.
Victor Bird. That's Victor Bird, one of your council candidates. Great speech, good answers. Kind of put him a little bit on the spotlight there, but he was able to navigate through it and got a good answer out of it. So if you guys want to support Victor Bird, you can do so on August 2nd, come election day. And all you got to do is go next to his name, put a check mark or an X next to his name, and that's how you support him. And so we're going to find out who the next candidate is, and we're going to get that set up right now for you guys as well. Just give me a second. And just a quick reminder, if you guys want to ask questions, by all means, ask questions. That's what this is for. So you have the viewer or the candidates will have 10 minutes to present their platform, and after that, you'll be able to ask questions. But you can ask the questions while they're doing their platform speech presentation, right? So make sure you guys take advantage of that opportunity. I know some of you guys have already. Who do we got next? And just a quick reminder that you do have an advance poll come Saturday, July 24th, 2021 at the Marlborough Hotel, Churchill's Room, 331 Smith Street in Winnipeg, Manitoba. And the polling stations are open from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m. So make sure you guys go there and get your ballot out of the way instead of waiting until Election Day. Election Day is August 2nd, by the way. And okay, Jocelyn. So we got Jocelyn coming up here, and let me just find her name. Hagedorn. All right. So this is Jocelyn Hagedorn. You're going to have 10 minutes to present your platform, and after that, if there's any questions, I'll ask you some questions, and if not, then I'll just try to ask you some of the questions that I already asked before, okay? And your 10 minutes start now whenever you're ready. Go ahead.
No. Good afternoon. My name is Jocelyn Hagedorn. Black River has been my home for my whole entire life. I'm 29 years old. I've only left for schooling. I've got my grade 12 diploma and for work. I'm a big supporter of teamwork. I actually care a lot about my community and hope to see it prosper more. I want to help bring more things for the children to do out here too, and I'd really like to work with the JP in the school for, I have created free kids bingos out of my own doing, and created activities to bring the community together from my own without the help of the band. I think I ain't gonna be making big promises on what I can do and what I can't do. My first year would be a learning experience, and I could see where we could go from there. I hope to bring a bit more jobs and bring people together, and to work with every band building, and no more not so much arguing amongst ourselves. And the kids need to see us all gather together instead of fighting amongst ourselves, because they do see us all fight online too. And that is something that needs to be shown so they don't grow up in the same cycle as we all have. I'm a younger perspective. I'm probably the second youngest candidate running. And I think I'll bring some new views and opportunities and to the table. I'd help wherever I can. If given the chance, I think I can do a lot of good for the community. I'm determined, open-minded, fair, strong, transparent, committed. I fight for things I believe in. So, I'm gonna be loud, proud. I won't back down in certain positions where you need somebody to fight for you. I'm willing to listen to all members. I'd like to bring the elders and youth together. Instead of just the elders meetings, I'd like to bring the youth in a lot more, have them more involved, because we need that. Everybody goes off how the youth is our future. Well, we need to show them that they really are, and that we should involve them more in these big decisions instead of just brushing them off. Security, too, is a thing that I really believe in. There are first responders out here. I believe they should be more well-equipped for every situation possible. We've had some really scary situations out here. I've had a family member go through something, and I was lucky that the person who responded first was well-equipped and knowledgeable to deal with the situation. And I'd like our security to have that too, all the training that they need and all the access to everything they could possibly need while on shift. And some of our hardest workers out here aren't treated fairly. I would like to see them treated more fair and to treat it better. Some of them are just brushed aside. I listen to everybody when they come and talk to me. I'm not an argumentative person. I'm not an angry person. I'm actually very easygoing, and a lot of people do like me. I know. I see Oral just smiling hard at me. Just kidding. I see you. I'm married, Oral. That's enough. Just kidding. But yeah, I think I can do a lot of good. I need to be given a chance and see where it is at and what's going on in there. And I feel I could do a lot of things. Like, even if I have to personally fundraise for certain things, like say, for example, schooling and stuff, I'll fundraise myself if I have to. If I can't find funding, I'll literally throw myself right into things I believe in. I'm not one to be pushed around. Everyone knows my husband who know me. See what I deal with. My family, somebody close to me has always been in the position of leadership. So I kind of have an idea of what goes on and how to handle things. I've always been told how to go on with it, and I think I could do really a lot of good, and I could, for job-wise, it's just an idea. Every year we have a bear issue. It doesn't just go away. I think even if I have to do it out of my own pocket too, it'd be, whether I get it or not, I'd still love to do this, is to make an apple orchard or berry thing further off into the bush. And honestly, if we have some people that are trained to watch, it'll be more of a yearly seasonal job to go out there and maintain it, to make sure the bears don't keep coming in here and people ain't feeding the bears are taken care of, and we don't have to worry about our kids, our garbage bins, them breaking into our houses or destroying our barbecues. And I think I could do a lot of good if given the chance, and that's all I'm asking for. I'm really proud of our community. I'm really grateful for everything. I know it hasn't been easy during the pandemic. Even I haven't been easy. But I'm really grateful for the former chief and council for doing all they can to keep our community safe. So I'm really, really glad. Like, they did do all they can do. I didn't mean it like that. Shush. I see you. But good job, you guys. I know it wasn't easy. I know people are hard and stressed, but you guys did a really amazing job. Our numbers did stay low, so you guys are amazing. It's kind of big footsteps to fill. I'm very transparent. You guys could literally ask me anything, right down to the color of my underwear, and I'd tell yous. So I'm very open. I'm very social. Yeah. I think I'm done.
Is getting involved now. They're starting to ask some questions. So, let's see. Well, I guess we'll go with that same question. We'll start off with that Bill 64. Are you aware of Bill 64?
I have heard of it. I don't have a full knowledge of it all, but I am honestly, from what I have heard, I am against it. I believe that we should have more of a say in our schooling and for the students and teachers, for our own community too. So it's not something I believe in, from my knowledge of what I know about it.
Okay, so a follow-up question with that is, should the school go back to band operated, how will you guarantee education dollars are spent on education? Because under the 10-year grant, you can spend it where CNC see fit. Example, housing.
Well, in my belief, if something is made specifically for the schooling, like for the specific places, the money is supposed to be going here and there, that's where it should go. And I don't know, I wouldn't mind it going back under the ban, but I do believe that with Frontier, I've seen our students be able to go places before the pandemic. They were traveling. Frontier has been pretty good to us, in my opinion. I've seen a lot of opportunities for kids come because of Frontier. Sure, some parents and adults were a little bit upset with some things, but for the kids, it was a really good thing, I believe, for us to be with Frontier.
Another follow-up question here is, what's your take on in-office bullying? This is with all buildings in the reserve.
Well, see, I'm a firm believer in order to help everyone else, you have to first help yourself. And this is, I'm just gonna use an example. When I was back in school, there was a big bullying thing going on. What they had was workshops where they made us interact with each other, and we had to learn to get along, and we had to learn to be nicer to each other and not be so behind each other's backs and awful to each other. So in order for our whole community to heal as a whole and come together, I think we do need to deal with some issues with in the band building bullying and, the way we are. I would do anything possible, like I said, workshop-wise and stuff like that. to try and bring everybody together, personally.
This is going to be your final question, and after that, you can close out your speech. What would you do to help combat workplace harassment, and how would you ensure people in the offices and out of the offices are working together in a safe workplace?
Well, I'd personally be very involved. I would go and talk with both sides, hear all stories, because it's never just one story. You never know. There's always two sides, 5 sides to a story. And honestly, the best thing to do is maybe talk it out, be more upfront with everybody instead of sitting there whispering with this one group and go whisper with the other group. You should bring them together and try talk it out like adults, like we all are, instead of trying to sit there and gossip and go back and forth with each other, parroting what this person said and that person said. Okay.
So you can go ahead and close out your speech.
Okay, thank you. Vote Jocelyn Hagedorn. Just kidding.
All right, that was Jocelyn Hagedorn. If you want to support her on August 2nd, all you got to do is find her name, put a check mark next to her name or an X, and that's how you support her come election day. And we're going to find out who's coming up next. And I want to say thank you to the viewers so far who have taken the time to ask questions. You helped us kind of move things along a little bit easier. Instead of me having to use recycling questions, it's better to have questions directly from the community. So I appreciate you guys' input on that. Find out who's coming next. And a quick reminder that you have an advance poll on Saturday coming up, July 24th, 2021 at the Marble Hotel, Churchill's Room, 331 Smith Street, Winnipeg, Manitoba, open from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m. So make sure if you want to get your ballot out of the way earlier instead of waiting until August 2nd, that's where you go come Saturday. What do we got next? I don't know. Did I just call somebody else? And just so you guys know too, if you guys want to find us on YouTube, this is going to be uploaded on YouTube likely by the end of the day. If not, I'll be done for sure tomorrow. But check us out on YouTube, Turtle Nation Holdings. That's the YouTube channel where it's going to be on. You can hit the notification button on there, and it'll I guess give you a notice every single time that we go live from different communities. And of course, if you guys want to like and share the stream, by all means, that will be a good way to get some more of your members to tune in and watch what's going on here today with the Candidates Forum. A lot of informative stuff going on here today. So it's better to get a hold of as many members as possible. And so who do we got here now? Harold. All right, so here's our next candidate. And don't forget, guys, ask questions. You got an opportunity to ask your candidates some questions when they're done doing their platform speech. They're all going to have 10 minutes, and then afterwards we'll ask them questions. So far we had some good questions. Keep them coming, guys. And this is going to be your next candidate right now, Harold George Bird Jr. And whenever you're ready, sir, you can go ahead and start. I'm going to turn on your mic right now. You have 10 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Harold Bird Jr. Everyone knows me as Cooge. I lived in Black River all my life. I'm currently a teacher at our local school. I graduated Parview High School in 1998. I graduated from Brandon University in 2016 with a Bachelor of Arts degree and a Bachelor of Education degree. I've been a teacher at the school for the past 4 years. I was approached by a number of people to run this year's elections as a counselor. This is my 3rd time running, I believe. At this time, I'd like to thank Dennis Fontaine and Cliff Kershane for nominating me. A bit nervous going to elections because I don't really know what to expect as a counselor, but I'll do my best to I'll try my best to see that our community thrives and succeeds on levels that I know it can. I plan on being as transparent as possible when it comes to finances and plans that are being implemented into our community through Facebook and the local radio station. So if anyone wants to find out any information, that's where I would post it. A few of the things that I'd like to see done in our community are, the first thing is the dissolving of Frontier School. As far as I know, we haven't re-signed with Frontier, so we will be going local control in December, I believe. I want to, because we're going back to local control, there's going to be a lot of stuff that we have to do in order to ensure that the school runs and operates as smoothly as it would if we were still Frontier. I want to make sure that the students receive the same opportunities, if not more, if we go local control. There were a bunch of programs that Frontier had at the beginning, because I've been with the school ever since Frontier came in. We had fiddling, we had music, we had Frontier games and stuff like that. But over the years, our numbers didn't support those programs, so they took them out. So that's just some of the stuff I'd like to see brought back. The kids really enjoyed music, the kids really enjoyed fiddling. Another thing, as a staff member, I was a little worried that our salaries would decrease if we went local control. So I want to be part of the negotiations to ensure that the staff still receive their salaries as close to what they are receiving now. So if we go local control, then I hope to keep the staff, all staff, there and receiving the same salaries that they have now. Another thing I'd like to see is the beach. I want to try, I guess you could say, beautify our beach. I really like our beach. It's beautiful and everything like that, but lately there's a bunch of quad tracks, tire tracks, and beer bottles, and it's just a mess, really, and I just don't like the way it looks. So I want to look into hiring a consultant firm and trying to maybe try to get a boardwalk in there, see what, put up some fences, well, not like ugly fences, but like wired, just to block the traffic onto the beach. I think a beach could be a nice tourist attraction if we put enough money into it. So we have to like repair the roads and stuff like that. Another thing I wanted to do is to hire a tutor for the high school students. Over the years, the high school kids have gotten this attitude that 50% is good enough, and I don't agree with it. So I'm hoping that we could look into funding to hire a tutor so that the tutor would be there to help the kids get better grades and get higher marks. And the tutor would basically work from 12 to 8 so that he is available in the evenings and not just during school hours. And he would be available during lunch if any of the students needed help. And I would also make it a requirement for the tutor to look into post-secondary programs for the students, because a lot of the students think that high school is good enough, but it's not. So I wanted to try open their eyes to, going past high school, because once you graduate high school, you think, oh yeah, I'm done school forever, I don't have to go back anymore. But I wanted to try and raise our numbers up for post-secondary. And with the new housing development that the band is currently doing, I think that it would work out good, because there would be affordable housing for the post-secondary students. For jobs, I would look into utilizing our adult education building more effectively. People always ask about more jobs and opportunities in our community, so I would want to try and encourage more people to attend the adult education building, and I want to try to get in different training opportunities so that the people actually have the skills to go out and look for their own jobs and not really rely on the community so much for jobs, because there's only so much jobs that the community can bring in, and it's a small number and there's a lot of people looking for jobs. So yeah, I would try to put an incentive program for the people that want to try get their high school diploma, or for get training allowances for people that want to take other training opportunities. Like SETS in Seguin has a lot of training opportunities, so I would look into maybe trying to get a partnership or an agreement in place that says that we can send some people to their training opportunities. And then we could travel, get a vehicle to set travel for them too. Another thing would be money allocation. I would work to ensure that any future funds that the band receives benefits the entire community, not just a certain amount. For example, hazard pay. By my math, the band paid out at least $250,000. If every band worker received an average of $3,000 and there was 80 band employees, then the band received at least $240,000 for hazard pay. Now, by my math, there's about 200 houses in the community. If a hamper cost $200 and each house was to receive a hamper, that would be about $40,000. So 240,000 divided by 40,000 would be 6. So the band could have given out hampers at least 6 times throughout the year to the community, rather than give out hazard pay to the band members. Now, I'm not trying to blame anybody or not trying to say that the band workers didn't deserve their hazard pay. I just think that different amounts could have went to different people, if that makes sense. The band, some of the community could have received hampers and more help during the pandemic, rather than just all of the money going to one group of people. But yeah, that's just my opinion. I don't know. That's what I was thinking. So yeah, those are just a few of the ideas I have for our community. I'm grateful for being elected, and I hope I persuaded some of you to vote for me. So remember to vote smart. Vote for people you know that will work hard for the community and only want the best for this place that we call home. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so we do have some questions here, but there's nothing new, so I'm going to ask you the same questions that were already asked just recently. And we'll start off with the first one. So let's go with, should the school go back to band operated, how will you guarantee education dollars are spent on education? Because under the 10-year grant, you can spend it where chief and council see fit. Example, general housing.
Well, I would honestly be as transparent as possible. So if there is a decision made that, maybe we should take out $200,000 from the education fund and put it into housing, then I would definitely make it aware to the people that that is what they were doing. I don't actually agree with it. And I think education dollars should stay within education. We get funding for housing. I don't see why we should go into the education program and take money from it.
The next question is, what's your take on in-office bullying? This is with all buildings in the reserve.
I don't agree with bullying. Pretty fair, and I'm a pretty fair person. I get along with everybody, so I would do my best to just try to dissolve the situation without it escalating further than what it could be. So yeah, I would just work to be fair to everyone and ensure that other employees are being fair as well.
Okay, so related to that, what would you do to help combat workplace harassment? How would you ensure people in the offices and out of the offices are working together in a safe workplace?
Well, like I said, I would make myself readily available for all buildings. I plan on working with everybody and not just sitting in my office all the time. For instance, I work at the school right now, and I rarely see anybody from Chief and Council come into the school. No offense to Chief and Council right now, but yeah, because we're Frontier, it's like we were a separate entity away from the band, and I rarely saw anybody in from this band. So I would try to encourage other members and other employees to just walk around and try work together more and be, yeah, just be like work together basically. Because I feel we're stronger if we work together. So we all have to try to get along. We can't just let JP be its own thing and then CFS be its own thing. We have to try be involved.
Final question is, what does transparency mean to you and how will you show us?
I already addressed it in my speech. I would do my best to be as transparent as possible. Like I said, if the chief and council decided to use $200,000 from education funds to go into housing, and then I would definitely make it aware, either through my own Facebook post, the band page, or through our local radio station. I think decisions like that have to be made collectively as a community and not just chief and council. So I would make sure that the right steps are taken to ensure that everyone agrees before we just throw money around.
Okay, so thank you for answering those questions. You can close out your speech real quick, and then we're going to move on to the next candidate. So go ahead.
Good.
All right, that's Harold George Bird Jr. If you guys want to support him, you can do so on August 2nd. Just look for his name on the ballot and then check off, either do a check mark or you can do an X, and then that's how you support him on Election Day. And Election Day is August 2nd. Advance poll is going to be this Saturday, the 24th in Winnipeg at Marlborough Hotel. And so we're going to take a second here. We got to find out who's coming in next, and we're going to get all that set up. So where are we here? So the format for today, each candidate will have up to 10 minutes to present their platform speeches. And afterwards, they will be asked questions that the viewers will be asking. So far we had a few people ask some questions, very good questions. If you guys got any other questions you want to ask, this would be the time to make your question be known.
Ashton Kent.
Ashton, okay. Our next candidate, Ashton Kent Sr. Ashley Kent Sr. Ashley Kent, that's what you said, right?
I thought I heard Ashton.
Okay, sir, I'm going to let you know. I'm going to give you a thumbs up when you can start. I'm going to turn on your mic right now. You'll have 10 minutes to present your platform. And if there's any questions, I'll ask you questions after that, okay? And then you can close out afterwards.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Ashley Kent. Lived here all my life in Black River. Just left for school and for work. Most of my life I worked at the mine in Bissett. I got to see from the outside what things were being done, and I was quite impressed with what the chief and council have been doing. Well working over there. And anything I would ask for my house, it would get done. So it was a pretty good, I thought from the chief and council would be doing good jobs. So the things I would do: implement the economic opportunities for youth on and off reserve, apply for grants available for both on and off reserve members, work with the community health department to implement healing workshops for all our community members pertaining to trauma of the COVID-19 and other problems that may be uprised. Build a strategic plan to offer more help or better decisions to offer reserve members to post-secondary education. And another thing, to work with our elders. I used to, sorry. the some of our language was lost, and to ask them for help to bring us back our language some of us had lost, and share some of the stories from the past of our history of Black River. It'd be nice to see a video or some sort, and I'm sure it could be done now. And, build a strong communication relationship with our community, such as using the radio, like during band meetings, and to allow the other programs and portfolios so you can share with everybody in the community what's going on. Sometimes some of us don't go to the band meetings, and it'll be nice to see on like Facebook or the radio. And during my time when I was working at the mine for economic development wise, I thought there was things that, because we're so close to the mine, that we could have built something here to make permanent jobs happen. Like, well, there's many things that the mine would bring in every day, and I thought, well, why didn't Black River try it with Wassinigan building and build something there that we needed at the mine? And the mine sure used a lot of stuff that was being used. Even like they call it dunnage. It's just a simple rough board cut out of the bush, and we'd use that underground all the time. And they'd ship these off get them from Ontario and all across Canada. But meanwhile, it could have been done here. But that's just one thing I thought would help. And so, in seeing all working with the NADAP in the past, I've seen some programs that could be brought up, and like I said, the chief and council was this past term was impressive when you seen they had the workshop in the bush. I thought that was impressive, and I myself was going to attend it, and which I still will probably if it does come back. And, yeah, seeing what they did, like built our road. We have a nice road here, and seeing our the housing coming up. I know back in the past there was no housing being done, no infrastructure, and I'd like to follow suit with that with the rest of with the band, and yeah, it's been impressive to see all. So I'm going to keep it short, and that's sure. Yeah.
All right, so we do have some more questions coming in, and I guess we'll start off with the first one, the last one is, what are your thoughts on Bill 64?
I watch a lot of news, and I listen to the radio. CJOB is my main station, and I seen what was going on with Bill 64. It's just Pallister government. I don't know like seeing what he's doing and seeing what his cabinets are doing. It's just wow, they're totally working against First Nations people, and Bill 64 is like another step just to take our votes, take more of our rights away. I think they should just leave it the way it is.
This one is related to kind of the same thing, Bill 64. So this one is Manitoba First Nations school system has a lower pay scale than Frontier School Division. How can you guarantee staff will keep their current salaries should we go back to being band operated?
I don't know if I can answer that, because I don't know if the funding would change. The amount of funds that come in from Frontier and the same would be the same for the band. So I don't know if we'll try to keep it the same or try to keep everybody happy for sure.
Okay, another question is, what's your take on in-office bullying? This is with all buildings in the reserve.
I'll go straight for it. And so say you have somebody bullying, like from one house to another, we'll go and talk to them with our security, and if need be, we'll use RCMP if it's that bad. But if we can deal with it within our community, we'll deal with it here.
Okay, and so this will be your final question. Well, I guess we'll ask you one more related to that. Yeah, we'll ask you one more related to that. So, what would you do to help combat workplace harassment, and how would you ensure people in the offices and out of the offices are working together in a safe workplace?
Well, it makes sense if we just got all together and worked out to be hit on direct with, we could do counseling within or workshops and sit with the ones that are fighting amongst each other or arguing, if you'd say, and deal with it right there.
Okay, and your final question is going to be, what does transparency mean to you, and how will you show us?
Transparency, just making sure that everybody knows everything what's going on. If anybody has any questions, we can answer them with proof of using the paper, like the paper trail, and show them statements if need be.
So you can go ahead. I have no more questions, so you can go ahead and close out now.
All right, thank you. Vote for Ashley.
All right, if you guys want to support Ashley Kent Sr., you can do so on August 2nd. Just look for his name on the ballot and then check it off. You can put an X or a check mark next to it, and that's how you support him come election day. You can also do that on advanced polls on Saturday. And we're just going to find out who are next. I can just start calling people out, I guess. We can do that too. Oral's going to go next? Okay. So let me just bring down Ashley's thing here. We're going to bring up Oral. Okay, and just a reminder, guys, if you got any questions, this is the time to start asking them, because after his speech is done, after his presentation is done, at that point we'll be able to ask him questions. We do have some questions right now, but it would be nice to see some more questions coming directly from the community members. All right, Oral, I'm going to turn up your mic. You're going to have 10 minutes, and after that, any questions that are there, I'm going to ask you a few questions, then you'll be able to close out your speech, okay?
First of all, I want to thank everybody that's in the room. I'm appreciative of the candidate number that we have in this year's election. We have a lot of council member potential people that want to come and be part of the leadership. I look forward to the outcome in the election and how that will go. I want to make reference, I guess, to my brochure. A brochure that most candidates put together are platforms on what we want to express to people and what we want to do. So when I think about that, I'm mindful to think about vision. Vision is very important in the community. So my vision comes from hearing the people. This is over a long period of time. I envision a community that believes in building today for tomorrow. A community committed to lifelong learning. A community that embraces new ideas and explores opportunities and builds and strengthens partnerships. Community vision is personal. It's individual thoughts and dreams and shared in collaboration with others. When I think of vision, I think back to the beginning of this term 4 years ago. We actually had a facilitator, we had a staff retreat, bringing people together to reset, to think about going forward. We had Stan Wesley we created a trunk, meaning all these ideas and what we see in the community as a vision, and the importance of individual abilities, those kind of things were brought forward, your concerns, and we created a tree. And so that tree is the root of development in going forward in community vision and community planning. When I think of governance, I was just sitting with the youth this morning to explain local, regional, national. I asked him if he knew what was happening in the community. And this youth, that was 15 or 16 years old, really didn't have a feel for chief and council or how does it relate to Premier Pallister and the province of Manitoba, and then further to nationally with Prime Minister Trudeau. So it's very important when you think about governance and the teaching going forward that we have to involve the youth and make them understand the levels of governance in a community. First and foremost, chief and council. Chief and council set policy and set policy for selves and how we will work together. So having said that, I'll just kind of read from my pamphlet, and it goes on like this. I believe council should govern with an emphasis on an outward vision rather than an internal preoccupation. Strategic leadership more than administrative detail. Collective rather than individual decision. Working toward the future and being proactive rather than reactive. Ensuring compliance with respect to specific matters such as attendance, code of conduct, and the governance processes that we adopt in policy and ban policy. Using the expertise of individual members and our elders to enhance the knowledge of your existing chief and council or future council. So I say some of these things within my pamphlet because a lot of times I think and I believe that we as a council, we're lobbyists at best, thinking about all the gaps and all the service delivery areas. What do we need and how do we get there? When I think about strategic leadership, it's about making contact with the right ministers, provincial, federal, on the topic of interest. How do we get funding to our community in certain program areas? It's about the council having a huddle up every week and how are we doing on our next steps and our challenges within governance and trying to achieve what we need to achieve as a community from the ideas that were generated from our planning. When I think of treaties, in keeping with the concept we're all treaty people, we must continue providing a public understanding of the shared rights and responsibilities of the treaties and the treaty relationship. So that's within my pamphlet. So when I think of treaties, I think of a couple of things your council has been working on. 2007, we launched a case against Canada for treaty disparity. In Treaty 1, a family of 5 was able to have 640 acres of land. By the time the treaty commissioner got to Treaty 5, he was negotiating with us at 160 acres. Now, is that fair? No. We did a lot of research on this and were able to bring forward a case, and a lawyer comes henceforward. A lot of Treaty 5 communities have actually joined in this battle of treaty disparity. Lately, as some of you may know, Treaty 5 gathering, we just had this in 2019 in our community as a co-host community, and Chief Kent being a co-chief on this process. And that table, it was very enlightening, enthusiastic, exciting to see Treaty 5 people and nations coming to our community, our small community, and to talk about Treaty 5, and not only that, about our needs and our wants as a collective group. One of those proud moments I had as your council member was sitting in the teepee with my colleagues and having the opportunity to talk to Minister Bennett, and at the time share with her some of our ideas going forward, how she might be able to help us do that in whatever capacity. We were the envy of the nations that were present because we were the first in line to go in the teepee with her. When I think of community economic development, growth and sustainable development, in keeping it going, we must continue to plan and address challenges as they come up. We must focus on our priorities and take action. We must review banned investments that exist. We must continue with existing projects like our Black River Land Development Limited, the acquiring of Lee Boulevard of late. So now that we got the land, it's about developing that piece of land for something. And so that something, part of the dream and vision, is post-secondary housing, as was made reference a little bit earlier. Post-secondary housing, perhaps, this is a 10-acre property, so it's not only post-secondary housing, but it could possibly be also a 55-plus housing structure, daycare, a cultural training center. These are some of the thoughts and ideas on the development going forward. We're at the infancy stage of this project, and there's a lot more detail and input needed from community to get to the design of what will look like on the 10-acre property. I must not forget about the Delta 9 cannabis opportunity at the moment that we have for Wassinigan. And so there again is another opportunity. So these opportunities will not only create new revenue streams, but also provide training and employment for our members. I'm also mindful to share with you that we must continue to support local entrepreneurs. Whatever business ideas are generated by you, the member, that we all gather around and support you in that outcome. The more people we have in business, the less we have in poverty and attaining a job for yourself. And no better way of doing that but getting into business and having the support of community membership. When I think of capital planning and infrastructure, as some of you have spoken to now, buildings and kind of things, I think back to when I first came to Black River in '77, no running water, unpaved roads. Some of these things have evolved to what we have today. We're very fortunate, and I feel very excited to have been part of the process where we're at, but it wouldn't have happened if we didn't battle it out with each other, communicate, argue, and get to a point of where we're at in terms of what we have here in the community. Recently, we completed this beautiful community hall. We have a brand new lagoon plant. We've got paved roads. We have a civic address system. Other projects of priority include the landfill upgrade that we now see, perhaps even a new health center. We just had the health center assessment on Friday. Bird Construction was here. So we're looking at future opportunities, future growth, future infrastructure. I must also mention, because these are the days of internet, social media, fiber connectivity, perhaps even a new tower. Our signal strength is very low at the moment, so we're in whatever arrangement or deal that we can have with Hydro and those people involved in IT. We've been working hard at this. The other items like housing remain the same: equipment, public works, fire protection, police. A couple more things here. Finance, audit technology. It's crucial that we have an accountability system within finance and systems that can support our trend in delivering financial statements. Annually, an auditor is contracted to provide reasonable assurance that the financial systems are reliable and internal controls are working effectively. I'm going to move over to health. Health, as you know, we've just come through a period of like 17, 18 months of COVID, and I want to thank the health staff, and I want to thank the community members, and I want to thank all the frontline workers for doing their part in keeping our community safe. All life comes from our Creator. Life is therefore sacred and must be preserved, protected, and respected. Our challenges, of course, are related to income, housing, education, culture, and social factors can make it difficult for us to be healthy. We will build an effective healthcare system and framework that includes a competent workforce, sustainable needs funding, protection of traditional ways and medicines. Education, we have embarked on a journey of lifelong learning, essential to individual and community success. Our knowledge transfer begins at birth within our home environment. Daycare and Head Start programs initiate the process, followed by our school here, K to 10. Our students will be best served in continued advocacy for the best educators, combination of Western and First Nation curricula that includes our treaties, language, and history. I'll save my finale for after the question period. So that's it for now, but I know there's so much more that you can express. And I want to thank again the candidates that have actually had the courage to come forward and be able to say some of the things that they'd like to do in their speeches as well. Miigwech.
All right. So we do got some new questions coming in, and first one is, do you think there is nepotism present within our local government? If so, how will you approach that issue?
Well, in a small community, we're all related. So it's pretty hard to get away from the term of nepotism, but I think we're all mindful in the office as brothers and sisters and family working in this environment, and we do our best to make sure that we make fair decisions when it comes to nepotism. So I think we can't get away from it. It's in a small community like this, we are all related in one way or form or another. So in that sense, it's about being cognizant of when it's happening and be able to present your honest opinion when asked and those kinds of things wherever you might work and how it addresses nepotism.
Okay, this one is directly for you. It says, Oral, how do you deal with conflict?
Good question. Conflict is almost inevitable. We deal with it every day as challenges, as I made mention earlier. Conflict it's about dispute resolution. It's about understanding. It's about understanding the policies that we've adopted to address conflict. It's about sharing with one another. It's about working with the council of the day when conflict comes up. And it's about teamwork in addressing situations, not individually, but as a collective. So again, when I think as an individual with the thought of conflict, it's about reaching out to my colleagues. It's about where the conflict is and how do we best come to a resolution.
Okay, next question is, how important is our first language to you? How will you reawaken our ancestral voices?
So language, I don't have it, and goodness sakes, I wish I did, because I haven't been able to communicate with my grandmother when she was alive. It's very important to keep languages within our community, and those that have it, you're blessed with that. It's a gift. I continue for you that have language to mentor it within your family so that, our youth can kind of attain and continue moving forward. So language is very important, dear in my heart, and it's about trying to keep it within our schools. And so those would be my thoughts off the top on language.
All right, and we got two more questions for you. This one is, what will be done about the roads? Will all roads be paved? Will the beach road be fixed at all?
So you can only do so much with so much money. You must also plan, as I made reference to. And so it's about what the finance interprets in terms of available funding. And some, as you know, we've been closed for 18 months at South Beach Casino. So a lot of the dividend areas aren't going to be there for future payments toward things. And so it's about knowledge. It's about knowledge on the investments that we have and how we plan to provide, a financial forecast for opportunities. That would be kind of my answer around funding for next projects and future projects as well.
All right, so this is going to be your final question. After that, you can close out your speech. With regards to the grow up, how can you guarantee that it will be community owned, not individually owned like what happened to Swan Lake in Headingley or Roseau River Gas Bar number 6?
First thing that comes to mind when you say how will we protect, it's about having legal people on your side. It's about contracting a lawyer to look within your agreements to make sure that we're legally protected. All the concerns that come from grassroots come by way through the council, and then when the council doesn't have an answer, you look for it legally to protect our best interests. So, that's how we kind of ensure that we remain ownership over our projects and that we don't get swindled. That would be my short answer.
Thank you. Go ahead and close
All right, so I started with the building today for tomorrow. I'm a team player, I'm a good listener, I'm respectful, I'm a tireless worker, proven negotiator, knowledgeable, experienced, assertive, reliable, trusting. My interests are First Nations governance issues, of course. Leading an active life. In closing, I provide leadership that you can count on. And so I look forward to your vote on August the 2nd. Miigwech, vote for OJ.
All right, guys, that was Oral Wayne Johnson. If you guys want to support him on August 2nd, all you got to do is look for his name on the ballot and then put an X or a check mark next to it, and that's the best way you can support him. You can also do so on Saturday at advanced polls in Winnipeg if you're looking to come out and vote a little bit earlier. We're going to find out who's coming up next. In the meantime, let's go over here real quick and we'll just pop up our commercial. TrailNationHoldings.com, that's where we're at if you guys want to check us out on our website. If you want to get a hold of us for any project development, waste management services, First Nation electoral referendum services like we're doing here today, administrative and management services, or assistance in the administration of capital projects or expenditures, you can message us directly at turtlenationholdings@gmail.com. If you want to get a hold of us by phone, 204-228-4786. And we're just going to find out who's coming up next, and then we're going to move into our next candidate. And as just mentioned, just a quick reminder, advance poll Saturday, July 24th, Marlborough Hotel, Churchill's Room, 331 Smith Street in Winnipeg, Manitoba, open from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m. So if you guys want to go and get your ballots casted earlier, that's how you do it. Who do we got next? Trevor Bird. So Trevor Bird is going to be our next candidate coming up, council candidate. All right, Trevor, I'm going to turn up your mic. You're going to have 10 minutes to be able to present your platform. If there's any questions after that, I'll ask you some questions, and you'll be able to close your platform, all right? And you can start anytime you're ready.
All right. Hi, everybody watching, everybody here. My name is Trevor Bird. I am running for council in this election on August 2nd. I just want to give a little background on why I'm running. I previously ran in like 4 elections previous to this one. Coming closest back in 2015, I lost the election by a vote. So I believe that I'm very persistent, and I'm going to try it again. I might have lost some votes. I didn't run in 2017 because I was in school. I was just completing my program. I took a accounting assistant and what was that program called? Professional administrative or administrative professional or something. I graduated with honors, so I spent the last 2 years working outside the community. Like everybody knows, there's not many opportunities to work on the community here, so I went outside the community to work. So that being said, I have worked probably at least 3-4 times in the finance department. I have an idea of what goes on within the band office and what's required from a council member. I believe in that communication is key. And I feel that I'm a very open person. You could come and talk to me and I'll be straightforward. I will listen to all your concerns. I think there's been a breakdown somewhere. I'm not going to say where or when because I can't point it out, but you have to be able to communicate with your leaders because you guys are the voters. It's your voice. It's your community, and we're just here promoting you guys' voices, making it for the people that are not heard. And it's given an opportunity by you guys, by your vote. It's easy for us, the candidates, to put our names on a ballot. The hard work is you guys. You guys get the opportunity to choose and pick the right mixture of people to represent you. And that's your choice. And that's all we can do is sit up here. We can ask you. We're all very unique, and I'm very honored to be on the list of the list of candidates that are running this year. There's a good mixture of people, and I know that Black River is gonna make the right choice for us. I say us because I'm a voter as well, so. I just want to touch on a couple of things that I had on my pamphlet as well. I believe that we're underfunded as it is right now as a community. We're a small community. The government doesn't really fund us enough to fulfill all our needs, so we got to look at other opportunities to generate funds within the band to capture some of those needs that we want as a community. And the only way I see it is looking at opportunities to find monies to bring into our First Nation, whether that be economic development or maybe starting businesses outside the community. But with that being said, when we start generating those monies, that's where all this transparency got to come in. We got to consult our members, let everybody know what our plans are for the money, or what your plans are for the money. Yeah, and then I'm just going back to the health programs. A lot's been done in the last few years or so with empowering our youth. It's I've heard many times, like people always saying, the youth are our future. They're our future leaders, but then we always forget them for some reason. I don't know why. Well, I'm not a youth anymore, and I'm ready to be a leader. I'm going to be the voice for those young kids. This is a funny story. I'm not going to name names, but when I was in my early 20s, I had an idea. I went to speak with an elected official about my ideas, and he made me feel so tiny, like I didn't matter. And that's one thing I would never do to our youth, because their voices do matter, and they have great ideas. It's just listening and looking at opportunities. How can we make it a reality? So that's one promise I can make, that I'll never make any youth, any member, any elder feel small. If elected, I'm here because you guys put me here. I'll never forget who my bosses are. You guys are my bosses. So, with that being said, I hope I'll get your support, and I'll answer any questions you might have.
All right, so we do have a couple of questions, some new ones again, and we'll start off with this one. So, how would you keep jobs for the people from Black River instead of outsiders?
Well, first of all, I guess we have to be experienced in the jobs that we're getting. Like, I mean, you're saying keep jobs. So I don't know which jobs you're referring to, but the workforce has to be knowledgeable in the job that's coming up. I mean, you can't just put a bookkeeper as an electrician if he's not certified, right? So it's a matter of educating our own people and using them when we can. Yeah, so I guess I'm not sure exactly how to answer that, because you're saying a job, but it's just like in general. So
Are you aware of Bill 64?
just what's been said here today.
Okay, so we won't go there with that one then. We'll ask the same question. Do you think there's nepotism present within our local government? If so, how will you approach that issue?
Probably the same. It's going to be the same answer as one of the previous candidates said. I mean, yes, it's present, but it's because that we are all related in some way, and it's going to be hard to stay away from it. But at the same time, it's finding a way to do it fairness and open, where it's not hidden or just made privately, I guess. Everything's got to be open. You got to let people see and give reasoning on why you're doing it that way.
Okay, and what would you do to help combat workplace harassment, and how would you ensure people in the offices and out of the office are working together in a safe workplace?
Well, I believe we're all adults, so it's just about open communication. You can't hide anything. You have to be able to see the problem, bring both parties in, and then you guys all talk it out. See the different options to resolve the issue. Whether it's someone coming in late every day or something, well, let's sit down and talk. Like, what's bringing you in so late? Like, maybe there's a reason. I'm not sure. Like, so you just gotta find the problem, sit down together, and find a solution.
Your next question is in regards to the school system. So Manitoba First Nation school system has a lower pay scale than the Frontier School Division. How can you guarantee staff will keep their current salaries should we go back to being band operated?
I believe that would be a tough one, because when they moved to Frontier, the whoever the governing body is, they gave us more money to support those salaries of the Frontier School Division pay scale. So I'm thinking if it goes back to local, they're going to cut the funding a bit, because it's not a school division or that we're local control. But we'll have to look at other ways to generate monies to keep their salaries the same. Like you said in that block funding, you could take it from somewhere else, as long as we could put the money back somehow. It's just openly finding a way that will make it work for the community and for the people.
Your final question, and after that you can close out your speech. Let's see. We'll go with this one. How important is our first language to you? How will you reawaken our ancestral voices?
I think it's very important. However, I personally don't speak the Ojibwe language. I wish I did. But it's like anything in life. You can't just put it on somebody. You got to do it because you want to do it for yourself. It's just like if you're telling somebody to drink water or something. They're not going to drink water unless they want to drink the water. You can only encourage it, but at the end of the day, it's a personal choice. Okay, thank you everybody, and like I said, it's your job now to find the right mixture of leadership that you want, and I'm hoping that on Saturday the 24th you vote for Trevor Bird for council, or on August 2nd, vote Trevor Bird. Thanks.
Great speech, great answers from Trevor Bird. If you want to support him, you can do so on Saturday or on August 2nd. Just look for his name on the ballot box, or on the ballot, and then check off the box with either an X or a check mark. That's the best way you can support him. Make sure you guys go out on Saturday, advance polls. We're going to find out who the next candidate is, and we're going to get everything set up over here. If you guys want to check us out on YouTube, this is how you find us, Turtle Nation Holdings. That is our YouTube channel. This is where we're going to end up uploading the footage from today. You'll already have the footage from the nomination meeting on there, and when we come back for election day, you're going to have the footage on there as well from election day. So go check it out right there if you can, and we'll run the commercial real quick. It's 15 seconds. All right, so there's our candidate. We're going to get everything set up for him right now. That's Cam McPherson. We're going to get his name on the board, and then we're going to give him the same amount of time. If you guys are looking to ask questions, please do so. This is the time to do it. So by the time they're done doing their platform speech, then we'll ask those questions that you guys ask. So far, there's been a lot of good questions. I'd like to see some more of them coming. And where are we? There we are. Oops. Where I lose it now? There. All right, so this is Cam McPherson, and Cam, you're going to have 10 minutes to present your platform. After you're done, I'll ask you any questions if there's any new questions. If not, then I'm going to ask some of the questions that have been asked already, and then you'll be able to close out your speech afterwards. Okay? You can start anytime you're ready.
Okay, thanks for my nominators were Charles Abraham and my stepdaughter Tanessa Bird. She asked me to run because she wants me to do stuff for the youth, and I couldn't say no to her, so this is why I'm here. I've been a fire chief for 7 years now, and I've seen chief and council come and go. If I'm elected for council, I will listen and help where help is needed. I'll be fair to everybody. I won't make promises because promises I've seen them broken all the time. We all have our ups and downs, but if we all come together and think of ideas that we could all benefit from, work together as a community for our youth, for our elders, and for you. But really, if I was elected, this would be a learning curve for me. Why I say that is because I'll be listening and working for the community and you. There's opportunities out there. We just have to grab them and hold on to them. If elected, I'll work my hardest, my bestest to make the community better for us. And that's good.
So we're going to ask you some of these first questions that were asked today. We'll go with this one. Should the school go back to being band operated, how will you guarantee education dollars are spent on education? Because under the 10-year grant, you can spend it where chief and council see fit. Example, housing.
I would have a community, a school community to work out the details of that and to see where would it be better to go. It won't be about dictating where the money goes in funds.
The next question is in regards to the grow up. So with regards to the grow up, how can you guarantee that it will be community owned, not individually owned, like what happened in Swan Lake and Headingley or Rosal River, Gaspar, number 6?
We'll just make sure that everybody has a fair say on that, and everybody would know where the money comes from and where the money's going, and there will be nothing will be hidden anyways. That's what I know. I won't hide nothing.
Okay, your next question is, how will you help the off-reserve band members with education?
With education? Probably the best thing to do there would be if they're qualified for funding, they would get funding. But if not, there's other resources out there for them to go to.
Okay, and what would you do to help combat workplace harassment, and how would you ensure people in the offices and out of the offices are working together in a safe workplace?
They probably have to be, if they were harassing each other, they'd probably have to go back to knowing their worker rights and harassment policies. That won't be tolerated.
All right, and this is going to be your final question. What would you do about the drugs and alcohol issue in the workplace and in the community?
Probably have to do drug testing and make sure yeah, mostly drug testing. It comes down to, what was the question again?
What would you do about the drugs and alcohol issue in the workplace and in the community?
That's a tough question out here. There is stuff we can do and there's stuff we can't do. So that's really a tough question for me to answer. Yeah.
Okay, you can go ahead and close out your speech now.
Okay. Vote for me or vote for Cam. He don't scam. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
All right, guys, that's Cam McPherson. If you want to support him come election day on Saturday or on August 2nd, all you got to do is look for his name on the ballot, put an X or a check mark next to it, and that's how you support him in his candidacy. And we're going to find out who's coming up next. We're going to set that up right away, too.
What's your name, sir? What's your name?
Irvin Sayer, okay. Thank you, sir. So Irvin Sayer is going to be the next candidate coming up. You go ahead, you can sit yourself, sir. We just got to find the name. There it is. And don't forget, if you guys got questions, this is the time to ask questions. I mean, you could always go and try to meet with your council and chief candidates and try to ask them questions in person. But the whole point of this candidates forum is to be able to give an opportunity for the members to be able to interact with the candidates and ask them questions and put them on the spotlight, sort of. So take advantage of that opportunity. All right, Irvin, you're ready to go. I'm going to turn up the volume. You have 10 minutes to present your platform. You don't have to take the full 10 if you don't want to. After you're done presenting your platform, I'm going to ask you some questions. Then you'll have an opportunity to close out your speech. All right? And you can go ahead whenever you want.
Adine, my name is Irvin Sayer. Can you hear me? My name is Irvin Sayer, and the reason I'm running for council is I would like to see with all of us together, like, it's not going to be me, I'm going to be the one that's going to be speaking on your behalf, and what your ideas are the ones that count, and we pool them all together and have a brainstorm, and we'll find ways to help our community out. And another one is for more programs for our elders and our youth, to help them in this time people have to stay home, but with the COVID, and we need more programs for the youth and the elders. And also why I was running for is to be transparent in our financial stuff and what's coming in, what's going out, and all that. Like we could have meetings every month to see what's happening, and we could do some with our casino funds. We could do some investing for the future of our children and our grandchildren and their children, great-grandchildren. So I just wanted to say miigwech, and that's my platform, and I have some more ideas, but I can't get them off the top of my head right now, but I will be handing out some pamphlets, and that says vote for Irvin Eric Sayer. Thank you.
All right, so let's see. The first question will be, what's your take on in-office bullying? This is with all buildings in the reserve.
Bullying, that's a really tough thing, because I went through bullying when I was a kid. I know how that feels, and still today we see adults bullying each other, and it has to stop, you know. What I propose to do is get this thing in the front and deal with it, confront it, and have workshops to help our employees to better understand what they're going through, and that they're not alone. We just have to talk with each other nicely. think that's the way to go.
Your next question is sort of related into that. How would you combat nepotism in the workplace?
Again, that's a very tough thing, especially in communities and everybody's. That's going back to that abuse, bullying. It's a very, it's a hard thing in each and everyone's community. But we have to, again, put that in front of us, and we have to deal with it, all of us together as a community, to be healthy and strong and just love each other, you know.
It has to do with the schooling system. So are you aware of Bill 64? Are you aware what it's about?
Yes, that's where they're going to get rid of school divisions.
Yes, correct. So what is your thoughts on that?
Oh, I think that's a very bad decision because each community is like spread out. Some are remote. To have their own school division it would be a good idea, because that way they can handle the students and the students' needs and anything else that the student needs.
Okay, and two more questions, then you'll be able to close out. Your next question is, how important is our first language to you? How will you reawaken our ancestral voices?
Oh yes, that's another thing that brings me back to the day school I went to. Before I went to school there, I spoke my language fluently, I was told. And when I got there, and there was a lot of abuse on a student who spoke that language, and he would get punished and gets hit with a ruler or gets slapped in the head or get your ear pulled and the teacher would tell you, don't speak that language in here. It's awful memory that I have of that. And the way I would do that bullying is just, again, to have workshops, to have family days, like maybe each month, where all the families get together, have a big barbecue, stuff like that.
Okay, and your final question is, how would you deal with conflict of interest? Example, family members asking for assistance.
Conflict of interest. Okay, if that person is related to a person that has been elected, and then they should pull themselves away from that and get another counselor in there who's not related, and just to be fair for everybody, you know, just to be honest and truthful and loving and all, you know, all the other the teachings. We got to practice those. And the language, I want to speak, and it's inside of me, but when it comes out, it's all broken. But I still want to learn for myself and my family. And sometimes I catch myself, I talk to my grandkids and my older kids there, and they ask Mama, what's he saying? I don't understand. And I say it again, and then I say it in English what I just asked them. So stuff like that. We gotta learn in the home. It's not just in school. We gotta learn in the home and learn in the community. We have to look to our elders who speak our native tongue fluently. You know, it's a good thing to go visit the elders after when it's COVID. I hope everybody gets to visit each other. You know, just have a good time, share stories, and just care for each other. Miigwech. Thank you very much for your time here and for letting me come and do my speech. And I just want to thank my wife for her support and my friend Frenchie and his family. And I just want to say thank you to everybody and don't forget to vote for me.
All right, that's Irvin Eric Sayer. Nice speech, good answers to every question. If you're looking to support Irvin, you can do so on Saturday in Winnipeg at Advanced Polls. All you gotta do is look for his name, and then you check that right next to his name, there's a box you can put a check mark or next to it. And you can also do the same on August 2nd in person if you're gonna come here and vote in person on August 2nd. And we're gonna find out who our next candidate is coming up. Do you know yet? Timothy Bird. Okay, so that's going to be our next candidate. I'm going to get this one removed here and got to find his name real quick. There it is. All right, so this is going to be your guys' next candidate, Timothy Bird or Tim Bird. And Tim, you're going to have 10 minutes to be able to present your platform. If you don't use the whole 10, that's okay. And then afterwards, you'll be asked some questions. And after the questions, you'll have a chance to be able to close out your speech. Okay, and you can start anytime you're ready. I'm going to turn up your volume right now.
Hello. Which one to use? This one? Oh.
They're both working. One on the table is for the screen, the one in your hand is for the audience.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'd like to start off by thanking the people that nominated me, and second, it's Lindsay Harry and Deborah Kershane. Things that I'd like to work on in the community is getting our own people hired and educated to work within our community. I know it's hard when people go get their education and they want to come back home, and the pay scale is totally different. As for housing, I would like to get people trained in at least a level 1 so they can work within our community and get that experience, because we have guys out here that worked 40 years with experience and they can do the jobs. Just that getting together on finishing the jobs and working with them and letting them know that they have a guideline, and then some of their pay might be cut if they don't meet that, just like with any other company that we work with within the community. The other thing that I'd like to work on was our ban code, like our election code, and our things that I would like to. I think 4 years might be a little too long, because I heard a lot of people talking about four-year term being a long term. And then when I was in council, that's 2 years is too short. So the obvious thing is to try and make an amendment for it to be 3 years. Also, another change that I would like to also see in there is there to be you have to run for council for be in council for at least 2 terms. Then you can go for a chief, you can run for a chief. Those are some of the things that I was thinking about our election code to make the amendments to that. Then the housing code was a hard one because of CMHC. The money that we receive we have to pay CMHC. We get shelter allowance, and then people that live in them, that's not enough to cover the cost for all the appliances and upgrades that the people need in the housing. And the roads, that's not covered in there also. So that's a hard one to take, because the band all has to cover those costs that for the road, for the appliances that they break, and the furnaces, and all of this is all expense over and above what they receive from CMHC. The other thing that for the youth, there's a lot of things that I really like seeing is the JP and all the programs that are running there. I think they're running pretty good, and I like to see that when they work together. The fishing derby, all the community came together. That was awesome. That was an awesome event. I'd just like to thank them for that. And also for the school, what they're talking about is, I know it's coming to an end. Probably, I think it's in December, I think, or January, that we're moving on from Frontier because the government wants to do away with school boards and all. So that's a hard one to go. I think we got to look into getting in with MF NERC or one of the other schools like that have the same pay scale, so our people can work and get a good education. And that's my platform for this term. Thank you.
All right, just gonna see if we got any new questions in here. Doesn't look like it. Okay, so we're gonna go back with some of these questions that have been asked already. All right, so you just talked about Frontier school system, so we'll bring that one up first. Manitoba First Nation school system has a lower pay scale than Frontier School Division. How can you guarantee staff will keep their current salaries should we go back to being band operated?
I don't think we can meet those because the funds that they give us in past years was way below what they gave the other school boards, like Frontier, for example. They give us per child, they give us a lot more than what they gave the band. And the reasons for that was they said they gave us other money in other ways for like school buses and stuff, but it didn't add up to what they were talking about. The funding for our kids has been the same since, I believe, 1985. So it's that's a hard one to deal with.
Okay, this is a fresh question that just came up. How would you do it to prevent the professionals from our own community leaving Black River to seek employment elsewhere? What would you do to help keep them working in their community?
If we train them and they work down here, that's fine. If we give them all the education that they need while we're in the community, say we do some programs that for a level 1 carpenter, say, and then they go on to get their full red seal for that, that's fine. We can train more people. Like, as long as they get the education and they get the knowledge to work and move on to something better, that's fine with us. I'd like to see that.
Okay, and kind of related to the same subject, how will you help the off-reserve band members with their education?
They have a set amount, like I said, and it hasn't changed since 1985, I do believe. And the funding has always been the same, like not enough to, because they have to work and everything while they're going to school, and it's hard, and they got kids. This is the money we have, and that's the only other programs we have. We can try to create, I think, scholarships, because we have lots of money coming in now from the casino. I think we could start doing some scholarships, and we also have our own bingo program that we have here that we can put a little money in there for little scholarships for people to get educated.
All right. What will be done about the roads in the community? Will all roads be paved? Will the beach road be fixed at all?
That's I don't know the dollar amount on the road that we currently have, but the beach road and that, to get paved, it has to get taken right down and rebuilt back right up to be up to par. Because as you know, I did work on the beach road there with the construction crew that came and rock crush here, and we did put crushed rock on there, but since the ground wasn't dug up and there's a geotech mat, they call it, they put it under so nothing spills into the ground, it stays on the top. But we didn't do that because we didn't have the dollars for it, so the rocks just keep going down and going onto the side of the road.
All right, so I got 2 more questions for you, and then you'll be able to close out. Let's see. Okay, so what would you do to help combat workplace harassment, and how would you ensure people in the offices and out of the offices are working together in a safe workplace environment?
I think just sitting and talking with the people. There's things I guess we had is called restorative justice within the community before, and we can look at that, and we're talking with both parties and making sure that they don't have these disputes like over together, not just hearsay, just right face to face, or bring somebody in, a mediator, so they can work together.
And your final question, after that, you can go ahead and close out your speech. What would you do about the drugs and alcohol issue in the workplace and in the community?
It's been a problem for many years. We always had, we have a dry community still, but it hasn't changed anything, and we have safety officers out there, but they're not equipped with any of the stuff that we have. But in regards to working and being on alcohol or drugs or anything like that, we can talk to them and say that they have to do some tests, maybe it'd be a pee test, blood test, or whatever it is, in order for them to keep their job. And give them that time period. We have to follow the rules also for the workers.
Okay, that's all the questions we got, so you can go ahead and close out.
Okay, B9. I just want to make sure everybody's awake. I don't want you to say bingo. Okay, I'd just like to thank everybody for listening. My name is Timothy Bird. Hopefully you vote for me. Thank you very much.
All right, that was Timothy Bird. If you guys want to support him come election day on August 2nd, you can do so. Just look for his name on the ballot and put an X or a check mark next to his name, and that's how you support him in his candidacy. You can also do that on Saturday in Winnipeg for advance polls at 331 Smith Street, Marlborough Inn Hotel, Churchill's room, I believe that's where it is. Let me just find that real quick. I'll pop it up here for you guys to make sure that I'm not giving you the wrong information, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Yeah, that's where it is, Churchill's room. So, and it's open from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m. And so who do we got next now? Nelson Bird. Okay, so we're going to find his name, pop it up there, and we're going to get going right away with him as well. There it is. All right, Nelson, you're going to have 10 minutes to present your platform. After that, I'm going to ask you some questions, and then I'm going to give you a chance to close out your speech, and that will be it for you, okay? So your 10 minutes will start right away. I'm going to turn up the volume. You can start whenever you want.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Nelson Bird. I've served as a councillor previously for 3 terms from 2011 to 2017. And I've had the opportunity of holding numerous portfolios from education, economic, health, and infrastructure. A little bit more about myself. I graduated from grade 12 as a mature student from Sagging High School in 1994. And I graduated from Red River Community College in 99 with a business major. And I've worked in numerous places throughout my life, and I gave up a job to come work for my community. Yeah. Do you want me to start over? Okay. My name is Nelson Bird. A little bit about myself. I graduated from Sagging High School as a mature student in 1994. I went on to pursue my business administration, and I graduated from Red River Community College in 1999 with a business major. And I've worked in many places since then. And I had to step down from the last job I was working at. It's called Manitoba. It's a group of First Nations lands managers that got together to form an organization. So I had to step down from that position because it's in their policies that if I run for a council or chief of council, that I'd have to step down. And that's a choice that I've made because I'd rather work for my community than any other, rather than pursuing personal goals. I'd like to work for my community. And I've had the opportunity of working as a counselor and also as a finance person here at Black River. I've had the opportunity of holding portfolios such as economic development, education, health, and also housing. And under economic development, in my last term, from 2015 to 2017, we were pursuing a southern flood agreement with Manitoba Hydro. Those were, I think we were working with the First Nations that are in and around the South Basin, like Peguis, Saging. And if I'm elected, I'd like to pursue those dollars again, pursue those dollars. And the other one we were working on before was getting we were going after some money to get some erosion dollars from Hydro. So I don't know where that's fallen, but I'd like to pursue that again if I'm elected into council. It's a good opportunity, and I see this term that I see a lot of young people that are interested in becoming councillors, and I wish them good luck. Miigwech.
All right, so I've got a fresh question that just came out, so I'm going to start off with that one. Do you think a community plan is important? Where do you see our community in 5 to 10 years from now and moving forward?
Yeah, I believe a community plan is important, but you got to work on the steps to get you there over the next 10 years. I see that education is an important part. We have to push our kids to pursue their education to achieve what we achieved, maybe higher. So yeah, I push my kids to pursue their education. They're both going to school in Brandon, and they're going to be taking psychology, and they already making plans of starting their own practice once they graduate. We got to push our kids in those areas. So when I decided to go back to school, I was 29, and I applied for funding through Black River for my education, and I was accepted at both University of Manitoba Economic Development, and I was accepted at Red River Community College in Business Administration. So I was my first love is economic development. That's what I wanted to pursue. But a guy named by Richard Grisdale encouraged me to go towards business administration. He said that we need more people in this area, in the communities. So that's what I pursued. Yeah, so we have to push our kids to reach heights higher than we've reached.
All right. Are you familiar with Bill 64?
Yes.
Okay, so what is your opinion on Bill 64?
Actually, I was on Tuesday evening, my MLA in St. Vital. We had about a 15-minute chat about Bill C-64. Well, he's the NDP incumbent in my riding, and he is against Bill C-64. His name is Jamie Moses. Is the MLA for St. Vital. And yeah, we had a long conversation about it. So if he's against it, then so am I.
Related to that question, should the school go back to being band operated, how will you guarantee education dollars are spent on education? Because under the 10-year grant, you can spend it where chief and council see fit. Example, housing.
Well, I believe that the salary portion is, if I'm correct, Sheldon, that the salaries were stretched out over 12 months rather than 10 months with Frontier School Division. So the salaries did increase because of the 10 month salary. But if you stretch that over 12 months, the salaries will decrease, but the salary will be the same. At least it should be, that's how I understand it.
All right, and the next question is, I'll have one more question after this one, and then you can close out. How important is our first language to you? How will you reawaken our ancestral voices?
Well, I speak the language fluently. When I visit the elders, so I speak the language fluently. And there's an Aboriginal course in Brandon that my daughter has taken. It's Aboriginal Studies, and they teach you the Aboriginal language. So now I'm able to, have a small conversation with my daughter in the language. And I think my son is going to be pursuing that same. They want to learn the language so that they can speak. I have a daughter that has taken the course. So it's a beautiful language. Learn it.
All right, this will be your final question, and you can close out afterwards. What would you do about the drugs and alcohol issue in the workplace and in the community?
Well, when I was in council, we've had people come to work with alcohol in their breath. But when I smelled that, I took that person aside and I asked them to go home for the day, sober up, and come back when you're sober. And we'll talk about the situation when you come back. So I guess I don't know if it was my position to give this person a warning, but he came back and he said he was sorry, but it wouldn't happen again. So I took him on his word.
Right, and I do have actually one more question that's directed at you, so I have to ask you.
Okay.
It says, Nelson, you believe business admin students are valuable. Will you ensure that graduates from business admin will have opportunity to receive employment from Black River?
Well, there's not that many jobs here in Black River. The ones that are already there, have been there for a while. But with the right education under business administration, there are opportunities out there. See, when I graduated from Red River Community College, the first job I got was as administration under the guy owned apartment blocks across Canada, and my job was just to implement a lot of the information into the computer, and somebody else would reconcile. So there are opportunities out there with the right, if you have good skills. Because I've had numerous jobs after graduating from Red River Community College before coming to Black River.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for you today, so you go ahead and close out your speech now.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank my nominators, Lauren Bird and Bill Abraham. Miigwech.
That was Nelson Bird, a great speech and great answers to the questions. And if you guys want to support him come election day, you can do so on Saturday at advanced polls in Winnipeg, or you can do it here in person August 2nd. Look for his name on the ballot, and right next to it, you can find a little box. You put a check mark or an X on there, and that's how you support him in his candidacy. And we're going to find out who the next candidate is. We're going to get that set up on the screen right away, and they're going to have 10 minutes as well to present their platform speech. If you guys have any questions for the following, the last remaining candidates, then feel free to ask those questions now, and then we'll continue to ask them the questions that you guys keep asking. Who's next?
Ken Harry.
Let's see. All right, so our next candidate is going to be Kenneth W. Harry, Ken Harry. And Ken, you're going to have 10 minutes to be able to present your platform. After that, I'm going to ask you some questions. When we're done asking the questions, you'll have a chance to be able to close out your speech, okay? And you can start anytime you want. I'm going to turn up the volume right now, and then you can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Black River members that are on and off reserve. I'm glad that I got an opportunity to run for council. I'd like to thank the nominators that were on were Robert Robinson and Cameron McPherson. So if elected as council for Black River First Nation, I will not promise but guarantee that my services as the councillor to our band members is honest, sincere, and accountable for every action and or decisions made by chief and council. And if band members feel that any decisions were made that they did not approve of, then I will make sure that the chief and council running are elected will come back to that and suit the band members' needs for it. Black River band members will always be a first priority for me to help our community strengthen and prosper. I say that because I've had numerous doors closed on me from this community. I've been shunned out by this community before. And there's an expansion of the community is needed and can open employment opportunities for youth, like we can do tree planting for the youth and landscaping and a recycling depot, because I believe that you guys have recycling bins out here and all the recycling just goes to the garbage dump. And like where the employment wages seem to suffer cuts quite a bit. So I have spoken with people that do work for the band, and I will ensure that all employees that are working for Black River First Nation will receive fair wages and benefits. Also, business opportunities should be given for band members on and off reserve, like creating a business or creating a business off reserve if they would like. And a senior care home with hired nurses on and off reserve, because a lot of the seniors out here and the elders need proper health care or a respite to go check up on them at home. And as of last year, April 2020, I was doing Black River supply runs. I have donated a couple of stoves, a fridge, washer and dryers, and also like Pampers, bottled waters, and this all came out of my own pocket. So, and also donated a drum. The total price was $813, and the drum was originally meant for the children so that they can learn all our traditional songs. So as of today, I do not know where that drum is. So I went around in the community and looked at pros and cons for like the pump house. Pump house staff are actually underpaid, and a lot of them have to take on the septic truck, which I believe is pretty hazardous, and it should not be their responsibility to do that. We should have employees in place that will run the septic truck, and also that septic truck can be utilized for business, for off reserve, so that the band can also have revenue to make from that. So the cons of that were unfair wages, lack of employees, and then have band members take training for plumbing and handling that septic truck for on and off reserve. The trust plant, I still haven't gotten around to talk to people with that one. The fire hall, it looks pretty poor. There is a fire truck, and the supplies that are on the fire truck are, I guess you could say, fair, but when it comes to the fires that always start, because I've been coming out to help put out the fires, it's not the proper equipment or hosing, there's nothing. We had to have the fire prevention program came in behind us because they had better pressure to spray into the peat moss. So we did a lot of digging and they got it into that. So, and the cons, like the fire truck always seems to have maintenance problems. There's the lack of proper safety equipment, poorly built fire hall. If you ever been to the fire hall, the washroom has not been cleaned, or no one's been there to sanitize it, nothing. It's full of, it's very full of a lot of stuff, and it's very gross. The garbage dump, I feel that the garbage dump shouldn't even be on the community because that's probably why they're attracting a lot of bears here. If you did move the garbage dump maybe across the road or down the road coming into the community, we can develop like what a lot of other towns do. They have a weigh station. So if you had a weigh station, you can charge for people to come and dump their garbage as well. Like it won't be charged for band members that are living on community, but I know there are a lot of places that would benefit to come here. And the cons, like it would probably take a lot to relocate the garbage dump as well, but that there is obviously money that the government can give for that. Band security, you got two safety officer trucks. You have about 3 safety officers. And so far as Conrad McPherson, Gordon Bushy, and Sierra Bird. And I believe that all of these 3 can need more training because like there's a lot of safety issues that happen in this community. A lot of stuff is overlooked here. Like the only time any safety issues are actually addressed is when the RCMP have to come down. And what I feel is that we should have a band constable, an actual band constable, and to develop a partnership with the RCMP. And there's a lack of safety equipment also for the safety officers. So for land and agriculture, pros, the reserve can expand, but also there is a problem with a lot of the peat moss surrounding the areas. And I believe that if you got somebody in to come and look into these, you might find land around here that is where you can build. So, and then the cons with that is the peat moss that's near the school, because one day, what if no one's there to look after that fire? I was driving around 5 o'clock in the morning just to make sure that the fire didn't rise again. So I was going into the bush to make sure, like, it was smoking. And it is a safety hazard. There's no proper equipment for when they send the guys out to no breathing apparatus stuff at all. Like, you got to breathe in everything. And today I still feel kind of like sore chest from breathing in all the smoke from being in there. And, you know, like, the homes are built on uneven land. So. The church, I see that there was one built, and there's very minimal care looked at to the grave sites. A lot of tombstones you cannot even identify. I cannot even identify my own grandfather's grave or my mother's because her cross is laying down now. And like for that part, the band members should be the ones that, you know, like if they see a problem there, if they want to voice their opinions with it, then that's where the chief and council should listen. So going forward like that, I would like to help the community strengthen and create employment opportunities for on and off reserve band members, summer employment assistance for youth continuing education and off reserve. Everybody's tackling better housing, and so that is one that the community members should be the ones to give their input on what the better housing should be. And also a high school or collegiate owned and operated by Black River, either on reserve or in Parview. Recreational programs and a new rec center. Beach road improvements. Paved roads throughout the community with a sidewalk. The reason I say a sidewalk is because you have a lot of community members that do go over the speed limit here. And there are often children that are walking on the side of the road. And what if in the evenings too, you have people walking, and some people only travel with one headlight. Drug rehabilitation programs and possibly a center similar to what Saugeen has, because in Winnipeg we do have a lot of community members that have drug and alcohol addictions, and I do see these people quite often, and I try to help them the best I can. And like with the traditional teachings should be implemented strongly within the school, and and even having like regular drum practices for the kids, like once or twice a week. So, wow, my time almost up? Wrap it up. Alrighty. All right, I'd like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity and chance to run for council. And I know a lot of people don't vote because a lot of people aren't proud of our community or proud of the way things are run. And like I said, the band members will always be a first prior opportunity to me. Whether you like me or not, I will not close my door to you. And I will always be open to talk to anybody. If you want to come talk, or if you'd like me to come talk to you outside your home, then I will do that as well. So, thank you.
I do have some questions for you, and we'll go with there's a fresh one that just came up here. How would you deal with disagreements within council? Example, a chief overruling council members.
There shouldn't ever have to be disagreements. Like, it's understandable sometimes with finances and stuff, people want to disagree, but a chief and council should always work as a team, regardless of anybody's thought or issues. And if a chief and council cannot work together, then the community should step in and suggest what this chief and council should be doing for us.
Your next question is, do you think a community plan is important? Where do you see our community in 5 to 10 years from now and moving forward?
The community, like I said, these things that I'd like to do, it would also, it has to include all of the band members here living on the reserve, because a lot of the off-reserve members have moved away because of lack of opportunities and lack of education, lack of employment. So in 4 to 5 years, with all the plans that the current chief has and running chief, I believe that these can be implemented and looked at, and and make sure that they're being fully met.
Let's see. All right, so on the topic of reserve and off-reserve, how will you help the off-reserve band members with their education?
With their education? Well, as I'm always told, there's only so much funding available, and there always seems to be a lack of funding available for off-reserve members. So that's where the government should be approached. You need someone, a strong fighter, a strong voice, that's not going to just take no from the government. Because the government does have an obligation to serve these communities, and without proper voice and without strong leadership, you're never going to get anywhere.
Okay, and so you have two questions. They're going to be interrelated, so I'm going to ask one, then I'll ask the second one that follows up with it. Do you think there is nepotism present within our local government? If so, how will you help approach that issue?
All right. Yeah, nepotism is actually strong, and it shouldn't be allowed in the band office at all. Everybody should be given a fair opportunity to work, to be employed for Black River, and it does fall back when people have a lack of education. Then that's where chief and council should be making suggestions or have any kind of programs where you can help these people get a better education. But nepotism should definitely not be allowed within any sanction anywhere.
Okay, your final question will be, what would you do to help combat workplace harassment? How would you ensure people in the offices and out of the offices are working together in a safe workplace environment?
With that, the band should have an HR policy or a policy and procedure manual that deals with that kind of stuff, and the HR person should be well aware of how to deal with these conflicts. And what I believe should happen is a three strike rule. Like the first time you would get a warning, a second time would be a written, and then the third time maybe a dismissal from employment, because workplace harassment or bullying should not happen at all, regardless of what position or what title you hold.
Okay, so that's all the questions I got for you. You can go ahead and close out your speech now.
All right. I'll just close with saying I want to be your voice and serve the needs of our members both on and off reserve. I will ensure your voice is being heard and that the Government of Canada is fulfilling its obligations.
Alrighty, guys, that's Ken Harry, or Kenneth W. Harry. If you want to support him come election day, all you got to do is look for his name on the ballot, and when you see that box next to it, put a check mark or an X next to it, and that's how you support him in his council run. We're going to find out who's coming up next, right? And in the meantime, I'll remind you guys, since we're talking about voting and that, advance polls, Saturday, July 24th, 2021, Marlborough Hotel, Churchill's Room, 331 Smith Street in Winnipeg, Manitoba, open from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. That's how you go out there and vote ahead of time. And then, of course, we're going to be here for August 2nd. That's election day. And if you want to vote in person that day, you can do that as well. We do have a couple more people coming up for council, and then we're going to move into the chief candidates, and they're going to have a chance to present their platforms too.
I think it's chief now.
There's nobody else?
Oral saying chief.
There's no other people? Because I had 3 people left on my list.
There's no more people here.
Gabriel's not here, or no? Okay. So then we're going to go into the chief platforms? 2 of them? Okay. So who's going up next then?
Who's next for chief?
I'll take a second. They're going to figure out who's going to come up here first. I'm going to make a change here real quick. And, well, we'll go here first. Thank you for liking and sharing the stream. If you guys had a chance to like and share the stream, when you guys do that, you helped us be able to reach more community members today and help them become aware of the event here, the Chief and Council Candidates Forum. So thank you for doing that. And a reminder, if you guys want to find us on YouTube, that's how you find us, Turtle Nation Holdings. That's where this footage is going to be uploaded, likely today, if not tomorrow. And you'll be able to find all that kind of stuff there, including the nominations meeting from earlier. And eventually, when we come back for Election Day, you'll find Election Day footage as well on YouTube on Turtle Nation Holdings. And all right, so we got to get Kenneth's name off here. And who? Sheldon Kent. So this is going to be your first chief candidate. I believe we only have 2 of them presenting today. So we're going to give them 15 minutes. All right. So, Sheldon, you're going to have 50 minutes to be able to present your platform. We're going to give you guys a little bit more time. After you're done presenting your platform, we're going to ask you some questions, and you'll have a chance to close out. Okay? And because there's only 2 of you guys, it won't be a problem with time. All right? So I'm going to turn up your volume. You can start whenever you want, and then you'll have your 50 minutes.
Good afternoon to everybody. I just want to say I want to thank the Great Spirit for all of us that are here today. I know it's that time of year again where we elect our leadership. I want to acknowledge all the people that have put their names forward to run for council positions and to run for chief positions. I know it's a very difficult position and role. I got to listen to all the candidates previously speak, the band council candidates. Lots of good ideas, very good, valid points. I know a couple things that we have to do as leaders. We have to unite and work with our people in our community. We have to work as a collective for the betterment of our community, because we want our community to grow in a good way. I heard a lot of comments about nepotism, bullying, those kinds of things. We don't have room for any of that. We have to communicate with our citizens. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Sheldon Kent, and I'm referring to the audience that's taking part from home, from where you're at. I've had an opportunity to sit here as the chief for a number of years, and through that time I've gained a lot of experience, a lot of contacts with both federal and provincial governments, I was only able to do that because the citizens of Black River believed in me to be the chief. They voted me as their leader, as their spokesman. And that's something that I take I take that with a lot of high regard. When I see things that aren't right outside of this community, like for example, just a recent announcement with the Indigenous Minister, Alan Lajimodier, saying residential schools was a good thing. As a Treaty 5 chief, we got together and we said, this is not right. There's no political organizations getting up to speak and say this is not right. We got together and did that. So on Monday we called out Lajimodier and we called out the Premier that they're racist, and what happened to our children when they went to residential school was straight genocide. That is not acceptable. So when I get an opportunity to speak to young people, and if you're listening to me out there, you young ones on Facebook Live, and I think we're going to rebroadcast this later on the radio. You know, we're very fortunate that we're here today because, you know, residential schools, those were intended to wipe us out, get rid of us. You see the bodies being found in these various residential school areas, 1,500 of them, and the numbers keeps rising. Those kids didn't make it home. My grandmother, Ida Harry, went to school in residential school in Brandon when she was 4 years old till she met my grandfather Lawrence, and then they got together and got married. But she's fortunate that she made it. She lived through residential school and survived. My point is, we're all survivors, all of us. Be proud. Learn your language, learn your culture, because they tried to wipe that out from us. There's only one God. We were given ways to pray. So by honoring our ancestors, learn your language, learn the culture. I want to also apologize to my wife and my children, my aunt. I know when we first started off with the campaign, they were dragged into all kinds of allegations on social media. That's not right. We shouldn't be doing that to our people. Our leaders, the ones that are going to be elected, when you elect our leaders on August 4th, we have to support them regardless of who it is. If it's not me, that's fine. I'll support the next chief that comes over. But I am running for chief, and I'm asking for people's support to support me as chief. Continue to be your voice. I know I get to all my experiences when I talk outside, I get those experiences from Black River. I've listened to a lot of the comments today, the speeches about the lack of housing, lack of infrastructure, we need a garbage dump, we need recycling. You know, the government is not going to give us money to do it. We just make do with what we have. And in the last term, we were, as a council, chief and council, we did strive to achieve some great things. We have, it's in my brochure. If you get a chance to read it, we talked about, we have a donee status, which gives, where wealthy people, philanthropists can donate to us. We already received $80,000 worth of funds for that program, and it was direct to land-based programming. But we're going to also use it in the urban development strategy on Lee Boulevard. We want to develop a university student residence owned by Black River, and it's specifically our students will have subsidized rental that they pay. One of our 4 years ago, I took some students to Winnipeg. They were so enthusiastic, they were excited. They were going to go to school. They're going to go to University of Manitoba. They're going to go to University of Winnipeg. Because of the limited amount of funding that they received to go to school, they were only able to afford a place on Pritchard and Parr. And that's right in the north end, and that's bad. That's a bad territory to live in. There's a meth house down the road. There's a gang house down the road there. And I dropped off that young girl there. She was so excited. Then my nephew, also going to go share rent there. He was all excited to move in, so I took him over there. That's the intent of the university student residence is to get them out of the north end, living in those hardcore areas, into a safe environment on the south side of the city where the collegiate is and our care home is. And we've made this submission to Canada to ask us to support this. It'll be the first of its kind. Black River is doing this on our own. I know, as sitting here as chief, I supported a lot of projects with Southeast Tribal Council. We got our South Beach Casino. But at the end of the day, it was the bigger collective that benefited from those other projects like the personal care home, those developments we did, the collegiate. So this last term we pushed Black River Initiative projects. So the Southeast Resource Development Council really benefited from those. Now we're pushing Black River initiatives. We don't have partners with us for First Nations. We're going to own the student residents. Black River will own that. That'll be an opportunity for our students and our community members, our citizens. Where you live, you'll have that opportunity to get employment there, get the training on how do you construct a building like that. You'll be able to work with them side by side, right from when it's starting to the ground up. The other initiative we pushed was the forest management license that Tembec owned. Pine Falls Paper Company had that forest license. They owned and controlled it. Black River, we led that. We've partnered with Sagging, Broken Head, and Hollow Water, which we own. The government just signed off the extension for us last week for a 2-year extension. Now, when we own the forest license, we have that ability to either go and harvest timber, or let's just keep the forest pristine and protect it, and we can collect carbon credits from the government where money comes into the band. That's another initiative that we've pushed, and council supported us on this. We worked together on this to make this happen. So we have it, and now we're going forward with the opportunities of what do we want to develop? Do we want to develop a biomass plant? Do we want to develop sawmills? But my point there is that's opportunities brought to us that we own. We're in the driver's seat. We're not in the back waiting for Pine Falls paper mill or other outside companies like Tembec to tell us what to do. Instead, we're in control. And so we're going to have to count on our citizens and our people. We're going to have to find those experts to come and train and show our citizens how to run those. And then hopefully it'll be our people that'll be running and owning those opportunities for us. And that's wide open for us to determine however we want. They can't take that away from us. That's owned by us. Those are some of the economic development items. I know the Black River Cannabis Grow opportunity has also been talked about. We have that license. Health Canada we were approved for that license. We've been approved by the bank based on that business plan that we submitted. There was a question I saw. They were asking, how do we ensure not certain individuals own this? We talked to legal counsel. It's set up where the representatives that sit there right now is myself, the chief, and Leah Fontaine, because Leah was the portfolio holder for economic development. And so if we're changed as leadership, it just changes to the next chief and councillor to do that. But we've ensured that business is owned by Black River 100%. There's no partners in these. The only partnership arrangement we have is with Delta 9. Delta 9 is going to train us how to operate those grow-up apparatuses. They call I forget what you call them, pods. They're pods. They'll grow cannabis in those pods. But it's a $40 billion business, and we'll be the first ones in Manitoba to have a grow-up on the reserve. There's you see all these other communities like Peguis, OCN, they partnered with Meta, they partnered with Canopy, but their partnerships aren't in the community. What they're getting in partnership with is dispensaries, and they're selling cannabis out there. What we're going to do is we're going to grow, and Delta 9 is going to buy whatever we can grow. But since that time's happened, we've been approached by Manitoba Liquor and Cannabis. They want to buy what we can grow. Delta 9 was going to buy it for $5 a gram, whatever we can grow from our grow-up. So Manitoba Liquor and Lottery said they'll buy it from us for $7 a gram. So there's a little price war. There's an advantage to growing it on the reserve because it's tax-free. And we'll be the first ones in Manitoba to do that. And we've done that as a team, your chief and council. We did that as a team. And then the community supported us. We brought it to the community meeting. We had those discussions. They've given us the green light, so that's another opportunity. But why I'm focusing on those, because economic development is the way for us to go, because we have to start generating our own resources other than waiting for the federal government to give us money. There's lots of discussions about fixing the roads. The money has to come from somewhere. There was another question I saw earlier listening to the previous speakers about education. How do we ensure we don't take education dollars and put it into housing, for example? Your leadership will do that. We also have a finance audit committee that's in place under the current administration. You have to take those to them. Like even when we did the cannabis, they reviewed that agreement before we took it to a financial institute to loan us the money. So those are the economic development opportunities for us. But in terms of our treaty, Black River's treaties, where we're at, for a lot of years, I was always dependent on our political organizations like Southern Chiefs, AMC, the Assembly of First Nations, to advocate and push our rights, our hunting and our treaty rights. As I went along, you can realize there was nobody really pushing our rights. So what we did, we took the initiative and started getting the Treaty 5 communities together. We've gathered together. A lot of our communities have been working in isolation in their own little corners of the province in Saskatchewan and Ontario. But we are formalizing our own constitution as a Treaty 5 collective, because if we do that, what we've always been after is the land, because the government, when they did the signing of treaties, they promised us all kinds of things. They said, you're going to be treated very well, you're going to have all these free houses, free education, all of these health services will be free. They just said that so that what they're after was the land. This province generates $6 billion of resources from Manitoba, and majority of those resources are in Treaty 5. And what we're trying to do is, the land belongs to us, because what we want to do is establish a nice foundation for the future generations to come. Because the way it's going right now, it's not acceptable. I know I wasn't chief there, and I didn't seek re-election in 2013. And while I left, one of our local hunters was walking down the road. The RCMP pulled him over, confiscated his gun, took his gun, and then they fined him. Then when I ran for chief in 2015, I was re-elected. He came and seen me, and he told me about his situation. So we phoned the RCMP and the conservation, RCMP told us, oh, his gun has been destroyed. And I let him know, no, it's our treaty right. Our people have the right to go out on the land, to go and hunt and gather wherever they want. If you don't return that gun, we're going to launch a civil suit against you, because that you breached his right to hunt and feed himself. So a couple days later, the RCMP showed up at his house and returned his gun. But I know he went to the previous administration and told them, but they didn't listen to him. My point there is, I listen to people. People come and tell me what's going on. I try my best to help every citizen, regardless of who they are. I know I'm not a popular person, not everybody loves me, but we do the best that we can. I treat everybody fairly and honestly and openly. When they do ask for help, I try my best to help them. So with that, I'm going to close right there, I think, unless I'm missing something else. But the other one, I wanted to talk about something that I'm very proud of, is our addiction camps that we've done. This is our third year we've held them. And they're doing very well. All those people that went through it, that are struggling with meth and opioids and alcohol, sure, they fall, but they get back up. And Black River's worked with elders from Alberta that have been doing that for years, and it's been successful for them. And we've brought that here to our community. I don't know if there's other communities that do this, but we do have that one, and we are planning to do another session. And when I talked about the donee status, that's where the Winnipeg Foundation made a contribution to us, to our donee program, and the intent is to utilize that for the land-based healing program. And that'll continue. The goal is to eventually be self-sustaining, self-funded without government funds, because the government always wants to know. They say, well, what did you guys do? Give me that report of what you did. We're always concerned, and I'm cognizant of Our knowledge keepers, they're reluctant to share the knowledge of medicines because we're fearful that they'll take that knowledge and then they'll maximize it and sell it to pharmaceutical companies. And that's something that our elders have told us not to do that. So that's the goal, to get the healing camps self-funded on its own eventually at some point, because we do use medicines in there to help. We gather medicines to help with the addictions. And you don't want to go and share that just to give that to government. Government will go analyze it and they'll start. The next thing you'll see a drink on the market. This will help you with your addictions. We got to protect those. We got to support our young people that are struggling. I know it's a real struggle for everybody just day to day. It's not acceptable. The government doesn't provide us enough money, but we can't sit there and just continue to wait for them to fund us for everything. So on the economic path where we're going, that's the way for us to improve and change those. I will close there. I didn't catch the names of the people that are hosting us. I thank you for listening to me. I am open for questions. Okay. You guys vote for me on Saturday and on Monday, August
Funny.
2nd.
He's got some questions. Nice try, though. All right. We do actually have some specific questions directly to the chief candidates. The chief from Broken Head does a good job of being accountable and transparent to her members. How will you be accountable and transparent to your community members?
Well, one of the things for us, Black River always has our audits done. They've been clear audits, and those are made available to any citizen that wants them. They're also online at the ISK website. You go there, you can look at all of Black River's audits. You go back to when they created the Transparency Act. But the Transparency Act also created a lot of animosity towards leadership. You got to think about where that policy comes from. Indian Affairs created that policy. So the citizens will look at their leadership and say, look at how much the chief's making. Look at how much the band councillor's making on travel. The intent there is to create animosity with the community members, so the members will argue with the leadership and they won't trust the leadership. But that policy was never intended for the betterment of the community. But we can create our own transparency policies, work with our citizens. We have a finance and audit committee in place that we utilize for programs. So like when we looked at the cannabis, they looked at the business plan, they tore it apart and gave back feedback, and then we went back, we redid the numbers. But in terms of accountability and transparency, going forward in the next election, next term, if I'm the chief, I like this concept here where we're going live. And I know some communities, there's probably 2 or 3 in this country that do this. Maybe we'll start having our band council meetings like this, live. People can watch us have our discussions, they can post their questions online, but that means we have to get better internet here for us to do that. And we are seeing improvements coming for internet. I was very disappointed when we put that transmission line through here on the east side. The Manitoba government, Pallister said, well, not Pallister, before him it was a different government. They were going to let us have access to that fiber optics cable. Actually, when you're driving south, when you go south here where that line crosses, you'll see cable sitting there that was supposed to be for us to connect to fiber optics. And if we were able to do that, fiber optics, we would have had high-speed internet here in Black River just like they do in any urban area like Winnipeg or Selkirk or Brandon. But Pallister, on his, I don't know how he thinks or what goes through his head, but he said nobody's going to have access to fiber optics. So that brings me up to another point. I said I was done, but Treaty 5, 17 hydro dams are all in Treaty 5 territory. We're meeting in Cumberland House second week in August, and we're taking a resolution there to the 40 nations that we make an offer to buy Manitoba Hydro out. If we get that resolution passed, then we have investors lined up for us to own Manitoba Hydro. Pallister 3 years ago said he was willing to sell Manitoba Hydro, but we're not unified at Treaty 5, but we are starting to come together slowly. And if we get that mandate, then we would own it as a collective. But your question, I got steered away. Moving forward, this is what I would hope for us to do, is have our council meetings like this live. We'd meet weekly, you can watch, you can have the discussions, you can tune in on your phone. I know our elders don't have that technology or that capability, they don't know. So we would have to teach them how. They'll go on their iPad and they'll go onto the Black River governance page and click on. They'll see the council meetings being taken place like this. We'll have to start learning how to maximize when we utilize the internet. But we'll use that to communicate and be transparent with our citizens.
Next question is also a fresh one. How do you feel about political leaders sitting on boards? Example, South Beach Casino. Why not a community member?
That's a good question. When we first started South Beach Casino 16 and a half years ago, no financial institute would loan us any money. So what we had to do, the 7 owners, we were forced to go to America. We got American investors, got American partners who really favored the contract and the financial arrangements to their benefit. So in 2019, under this council we have, we were with the other 7 partners, we were able to buy out those Americans. So now it's owned and operated by the 7 nations. And because of COVID, we haven't had the ability to get together and have those discussions, but that is one of the points that we would like to do, is look at governance. How do we want to run South Beach Casino? Because one of the things, when we first got South Beach Casino, I thought I was going to see our nice Black River Thunderbird logo, this one here, on the wall, and a little bit of history of Black River and our origins of our nation. But the Americans, right away, his first response to me was, he said, do you want me to make you money, or you want me to make you a little museum to showcase who you are? And because we didn't know the industry, well, we said, okay, we brought you on to make us money, so we didn't do any of that. But we are the owners now. We have that ability to go back. Let's put a kiosk there and tell the story of our 7 nations, our history of who we are, what our struggles were, because South Beach Casino is one of our greatest investments that we've ever went into, but that was as a collective. Like I said earlier, now we're going on our own. Black River is going on our own initiatives, because I think we can do it. Our people are smart enough to do our own, like the cannabis, the lead boulevard development, student residence. But to answer your question, that's available to us now. The leadership can meet, because the Americans said it can only be the chief that can sit there. And why they only wanted the chief there? Because the chief was the decision maker, but we have to share it. You can see with some of these initiatives coming forward, there's no way the chief's going to be able to sit all over there. We're going to have the council members, community members sit on these different boards. We need to work as a collective, Black River. We'll have to call on those experts out there. We have many citizens that have a lot of experience working in the business community. They've been working for other companies, agencies all over the place. We have them, some in BC. If you're listening to citizens in BC, when these initiatives start coming through, and you'll start seeing them happen in the next term, you'll see them coming to fruition. You'll see the cannabis, the forestry. We're going to need good people. We need committed people. I'm not saying we don't have people here in the community that doesn't have that. What we don't have is the experience. That's what we have to gain over the next little while. Long answer, Ubs. But you said I can talk for hours, right? I can go and go? Okay.
Okay, I got another question for you here. In addition to the addiction camps, what is your plan to reduce the drugs being sold on reserve? I believe this needs to be addressed if we're going to think about our youth's future.
Again, I want to have to refer back to the Treaty 5 organization that we created. It's created, and it was, I have to, it come from Black River. We've led that initiative. We're talking about creating our own police force because we feel that the RCMP aren't providing enough services for us. We've saw the Dakota Ojibwe Tribal Council have their own First Nation policing force. They did a project with OCN, Opaskwayak Cree Nation. They did a pilot with them, and that's being led by DOTC, and we met with them at the last week at the AMC General Assembly. That's the first time the leaders have been able to get together in 18 months, but we talked about it there. They're going to come and present that to us at our Treaty 5 Summit coming up in Cumberland House in a couple of weeks. And the intent there is to create our own police force. So again, we're going to have to train our own citizens to step up to go and become actual certified policemen. And that'll be under our own rules and regulations, under our own sovereignty as a Treaty 5 nation, under our own. We're not looking for a government regulations or policies for us, but we are going to the government to ask them for funding because DOTC's done it and they're willing to share that with us. So to address the current addictions and opioids, we have to get together as a community and start talking about those traumas. And this is a sensitive subject because, you know, we had day schools. Many of our members went to residential school. And there was lots of abuse that took place there. Mental abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse. That happened. And then when they grew up, they didn't know love. They didn't know how to express themselves. Then they started abusing their own family members. And that vicious cycle continues, and we have to address it. But how do we do it? By us getting healthy. By us as a community dealing with them head on. And we have to talk about those traumas. What we need is we need good therapists. We need good psychologists, psychiatrists, because some of those traumas go so deep. People are just smothering their pains with the alcohol, the meth, the crack, all the drugs, the prescription pills that they're taking. Those are the realities we live in. It's going to take all the community to address it. And the addiction camp is just one way for us to do it. We have to work as a collective to address that addiction. And it'll help if the government would acknowledge what they did to us was genocide. And if you look under the United Nations Declaration, those are crimes of war. And the rest of the countries looking at what's happening with those day schools and residential schools, my heart goes out to Saging as they're searching right now for those graves, unmarked graves. The elders have talked about their stories of where they know where there was kids being buried. They're looking over there. Those are the realities. That's just 20 minutes away from us. Those are the kinds of things that happen. 21 First Nations sent their kids to Saging. Many went to Brandon, went to Dauphin. But those are systemic institutions that the government of Canada has imposed on us to try and break our spirit. As a collective, we'll fix that. Our community, we have to deal with it. We can no longer say sweep it under the rug. But those are the things that we're dealing with, and we started doing that in this last term. 3 camps. Everybody in that camp shared all their stories, and we found out they're all been some kind of trauma. All of us suffered, including me when I went and sat there. It was very emotional, but it was also very uplifting because you're dealing with those in a good way, in a protected way.
I got 2 more questions for you, and then you can go ahead and close out your speech today. We're talking about the impact of residential schools, so we're going to go with that. How important is our first language to you? How will you reawaken our ancestral voices?
I missed the last part of your question. How will I awaken?
The ancestral voices.
The ancestral voices. That's a interesting question. I'd like to go and see who's posing that question after, but you know, our ancestral voices, they're in our veins. The blood flows in our veins, all of us, each and every one of us. They survived all those atrocities that the colonizers did when they came here. It was banned. People couldn't pray, couldn't speak their language. They tried to beat it out of us. It's there. We just got to awaken it. You got to have that belief in yourself. You go into we have knowledge speakers here. We have Anishinaabe, one speaker still around. I see them over here on the right side. they speak their language fluently. That's their first language. We should try and utilize them. But I know one of the disappointing things for me with Frontier School Division was when we signed that agreement, they told me we would be Ojibwe immersion up to grade 4 by year 5. That didn't happen. We're still not there. But we have to hold them accountable to that goal. But it's not only in the school, we have to practice at home. When you're at home in your house, start use like the table, this table, teach the kids the table, your chair tastes the win. Just get those things going in your household. The kids will start picking it up. Then use it. I know for me, the only place I really hear our language spoken is when you go sit in a lodge and those old people speak it. That's all you hear. Or if I go visit Uncle Joey, he only speaks Anishinaabe Wintimi. He doesn't speak no word of English. My first few visits with him was very tough. I left scratching my head saying, I don't know if I understood what his message was to me. But when I go there now, because I keep hearing it, I can understand what he's saying to me very clearly. And the language is very crucial. And the way to do it is you go say that you go out to the bush, go to the bush, because the bush is a spiritual place. Go find a nice place and go pray. Ask that wind, Mishum wind, help me retain my language. When you're singing songs, when you want to learn, get a little piece of that wike, chew that. That'll help your body. It'll help those ancestors. The term that person asked was ancestral lines. It'll invoke those ancestors to help you speak and retain your language. It'll come.
And your final question, and after this question, after you answer, you can go ahead and close out. Do you think a community plan is important? Where do you see our community within 5 to 10 years from now and moving forward?
In 5 years, I hope that the majority of our funding is self-sustained from our own businesses. Right now, 90% of it or 80% of it is all government funded. And by us pushing the envelope forward, hopefully we'll start getting some money from this provincial government, because the provincial government receives 5 big envelopes of money for our people. They use our head count. There's people going around right now asking, I'm working for Census Canada, I need to get your numbers in. And when we do that, the province receives all these millions and millions of dollars, infrastructure dollars. They never give us any of that. We don't get it. They always say, oh, you're a federal. But by calling out the provincial ministers on Monday, we're getting some attention. I have an invite to go sit there with them next week. The ministers want to have a discussion with Treaty 5, because in Treaty 5 there's 120,000 citizens. We're the largest populated treaty territory in this country. And if we start coming together as a collective when we talk, government will listen, because we're not just talking to just make things up, but when we're talking, we're showing we're unified. And we've been doing that quite successfully in the last little while, but it helps us. So in 5 years, we'll be treaty strong, we'll have our economic development initiatives happening. That forestry one's going to be a very sensitive one. We're going to have many discussions on it, because we do have the license. You know, we can harvest the timber. We can put a big $50 million biodiesel plant in one of our locations, and then we start harvesting the timber. It'll create a lot of employment. But with employment, money comes. And then when people have money, they start feeding their addictions. We have to have a solid plan on how we're going to help our community become healthy. Or we just save the forest and keep it as the way it is and sell carbon credits. But that'll be for us as a collective to decide how we want to move forward with that. I'll have to count on our citizens. I know a lot of people are, I like to call them Facebook warriors. They like to pose questions online, but they should come to these meetings, and we'll do this live when we go forward, so people can see when we're holding community meetings like this. Come sit and engage and have discussions with your leadership, your chief and your council. I'm excited for the next 4 years. It's going to be interesting for us moving forward. But that's my question. That answers for 5 years, and in 10 years, I was thinking, in 10 years, will I be a pensioner? No, I won't be a pensioner. That's 15 years away from me before I'm a pensioner, but I'll still have to be working. But in 10 years, hopefully we'll be a nice, strong, vibrant community, healthy, having good plans on how we deal with addictions, how we can support each other, having our youth have opportunities. I know before the pandemic hit us, we toured Cuba because Cuba is free health over there. They also opened the window for us if some of our students wanted to go over there and study and become doctors. For $25,000 Canadian, one of our members could go to Cuba and become an actual doctor over there. The challenge will be Canada won't recognize the doctor diploma you received from Cuba, but you can work anywhere else. You can come and work here and help our community become a healthy place. Oh no, you said only 2.
Yeah, no, they had one more. It's related to the topic that you brought up with the healing camps. So this one says, for the healing camp, can you comment why we need a Cree man from Alberta when we have knowledgeable Ojibwe elders here at home and in Manitoba? Wouldn't it be more cost efficient?
What did you call him? A Cree man? That's what they said. A Cree man? From Alberta. Okay. The individual that's coming over this way brings a vast knowledge of medicines that he's sharing with us. So when he's coming to the healing camp, he's also passing on their knowledge. So the territory that he comes from, they were isolated for a lot of years. And so they were able to document all their medicinal knowledge, their medicines. And the medicines they have, like for example, when your heart is getting clogged up, where you have to put stents in there, he passed that knowledge to us, what kind of medicine just to unclog it. So he's bringing that knowledge as well. I know our knowledge keepers here are very good too. I got no disrespect to the knowledge keepers we have here. One of the things that they do where he comes from, everybody's equal. Everybody's equal. A woman here in Black River, when they go to ceremony, the woman's role is to cook and clean. This elder that's coming this way, a woman is equal just like a man. So if a man goes out and gets firewood and splits wood and builds the lodge, that same woman does the same. So that's a big difference for us. And our knowledge keepers here, our elders, agreed and supported that concept of getting away from the woman and man role. They're equal. They can share the same pipe. They smoke with that same pipe. You come to our ceremonies today, you go sit at the lodge right now. The woman sits on the one side and the men sit on this side. So the elder that's coming and sharing with us, they don't have those protocols where he comes from. Everybody is equal, man, woman, or child. And that was a huge difference that I saw over the years with my experience going into ceremony. Over there it's different, and the women are allowed to do everything. Like if you go to the Sundance ceremony anywhere here in Manitoba, any part, the woman will not be allowed to pick up willow and help build that lodge. Over there, the woman is right involved there as an equal person. That's a big difference. So that's something that's different that this guy and their beliefs and their ancestors have passed. But the other one is his knowledge of medicines. When we're sick, when we're diabetics, passes that knowledge down to put that medicine, that sickness to sleep. He's not curing it. We're asking those medicines, and you do it in a ceremonial way. There's a process you do, and you ask that medicine to help you put that sickness to sleep. And it works, and I saw it, and I believe in our medicines. Our medicines are older than Western medicine. And so they have that knowledge base, and they share that medicine with us. And he's sharing that medicine with our local knowledge keepers. Go see our lodgemen here if you're not feeling well. They have that knowledge and he's sharing that with us. That's a big difference. So one of our philosophies before colonizers came, we shared the land, we shared the resources, we shared the knowledge. Many of our local knowledge keepers don't share that knowledge. They're afraid that that knowledge will be used in a bad way. But the fellow that's coming out from Alberta, I met his parents and his uncles. They live a good life over there. They have struggles too, just like everybody else. They're underfunded, but the difference is everybody's equal. There's no segregating of man or woman. If a woman's on her time, she's allowed to come and participate in ceremony. Our lodgemen here in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, parts of the States, if a woman's on her time, they won't let her in the building, for example. If we were doing ceremony, they'd make her sit outside in the car. They shouldn't be afraid of that, because that woman, when she's on her time, she'll cleanse that medicine. She'll cleanse our bundles. They should welcome them in. But that's colonization having effects on us, even in ceremony. And so what we're doing is we're treating everybody fairly, and he's bringing that information to us. And the goal there with the addictions camp was to have our people that have finished that program, they run it themselves. And we're pretty close to doing it on our own. Is that your last question, or you have another question?
There's another one that came. I've been asking you questions for like an hour now.
Yep.
We'll try to keep it short and sweet, I guess. How would you go about dealing with band members that speak out against you or disagree with your politics?
Without, I don't expect every band member, every band citizen to agree with what I want to do. What I would expect them to do is come to a forum like this, and let's have those discussions here in our community center. Let's have those conversations of where we're going. And as a collective, if the community wants to change it, then so be it. I'll take direction from our citizens to change what we want. Like the initiatives we spoke about, I know you could easily poke holes in that urban development project and say, well, you put the band in a risky position for $6.5 million, and you're committing us for 30 years to pay that down. How are you going to do it? Nobody's asked me that question. I was kind of anticipating I was going to be asked that question. But we had an appraisal done on that property. If we were to sell it, we'd sell it for $8.5 million, and we can make $2 million profit if we wanted to. But that's not what the intention is. The intention is to provide safe, affordable housing for our young people that finish grade 12 to go on to Winnipeg and go pursue their post-secondary degrees or their I forget the term. When you go to Red River College and you go become an electrician or a plumber, you go get those trades, but you'll have a safe place to go and live and go to school with a fully licensed daycare. We made this submission already to Terry Dougal. He's the MP. He's carrying Black River's proposal because we know they're going to call a federal election. They're going to do it August 12th. But our submission is going in there, and our ask was big. We asked them for $15 million to support our initiative. So that's a way for us to get our money back and develop this site for our people. We'll have a 55 plus. We have condominium development project there, so there's money coming into the community, and that'll pay for that loan on its own. But people can have those discussions here. Bring them here, and if it's not suitable for us, let's do that as a collective here with our youth and our women, our elders, and have that conversation. We'll go back to having our regular meetings. I don't mind having those discussions because that's where we get direction from.
Okay, that's all I got for questions. You can go ahead and close out.
Okay. I want to thank you all for staying tuned, and for those of you that have stayed here to listen to what I wanted to share. I've been the chief of this community for a number of years. I'm an experienced leader. We got lots of contact, and I'm committed to Black River. This is where I want to be. This is where I want to work. I want to see Black River grow and succeed. I love this community. I love everybody here. I wish everybody well. And then when we vote on Saturday and on August 2nd, I ask for your support, re-elect Sheldon Kent. And if I'm not elected and there's a new chief, I will support that leadership with my full heart, and I'll help them in any way that I can. Because I want Black River to grow and be successful. You look at Black River today and you see how we're growing. We're growing in a good way. A lot of communities look to us and they say, look at Black River, they're so well off. It's our people that do that. We have to continue to support each other. It's the direction the elders provide to us. So with that, I want to close. I'm going to say Kachimigwech to everybody that's listening, and everybody stay safe. I wish my competitors well, Millie Cook and Warren Bird. And to the council members that are wanting to become councillors, I wish you all well. These aren't easy positions. It's hard on your family. You live in a fishbowl. They watch everything you do. I was surprised when with the check stop, they knew exactly what time I was leaving the community. Somebody is watching me when I leave. Oh, you left 3:20 today. You left 2 o'clock the other day. But they don't realize when I leave Black River, I don't get home till 10 o'clock because I have other things that we're chasing, pursuing for Black River, the betterment of our community. So with that, I'm going to close. Kachimigwech. Vote for Sheldon Kent. Give me another opportunity. I'm not done yet. We'll make Black River a good place.
All right, guys, that's one of your chief candidates, Sheldon Kent. Great speech, a lot of great answers for all the questions. We kept them plugged in there for a good time, and yeah, there is a little bit more of the platform. And we're gonna have our last candidate coming up now, right? Or there's still one more? Last one? All right, so this is gonna be our last candidate coming up. It's a chief candidate, it's Millie Cook. And we're going to get her set up right away. And then you guys have a chance right now to ask Millie questions. So while she's presenting her speech, she's going to have the same amount of time to present her speech. We're not going to rush her. That's going to give you guys plenty of time to ask her some questions. If you guys want to ask some new questions, then we'll ask her the new questions. If there is no questions, then I'll start asking some of the older ones. But it's always nice to see some new questions from members that are watching on the stream. So Millie, you're going to have 10 minutes, or sorry, you're not going to have 10 minutes. You're going to have 15 or whatever time you need right now because we give them plenty of time. You can start your speech whenever you want. I'm going to turn up the volume. And then when you're done presenting your platform, I'm going to ask you some questions, and then you'll give you a chance to close out your speech for the day. All right? You can start whenever you want.
Anin Uju. My name is Millie Cook. I'm running for chief. The last 4 years, I was non-council. I held the finance portfolio. I got stuck with housing, and then I picked up CFS. After Mabel stepped down. Those are big shoes to fill. I'd like to thank everyone for their encouragement, support, and advice. I would like to take this time to acknowledge our residential and day school survivors and express my sympathy for the little ones that didn't make it home. I'd like to express my appreciation for everyone, band members and staff, for all that was done and what you did during the COVID pandemic. We were put to the test, and we seem to be coming out better than most. I want to send my condolences to everyone grieving right now. We've had so much loss in a short period of time. I can contribute a lot in many areas: education, housing, economic development, governments, and human resource. But what everything touches is finance. And this is my strength, this is my education, this is my experience, and I have been working there for 13 years. I include this 4 years because that's where I held my portfolio. Do we need a 4-year term? Well, I certainly did. When we finally got in that finance office and we found that the bank recs were behind 16 months, which means we had to do 16 months of work to put those financial statements together. A lot of stuff was here, a lot of stuff was in the city office. Like trying to put everything together took a lot of time. Plus, we also had to work on the day-to-day as we were going along. There was stuff that didn't make sense, like travels, meal reimbursements, bonuses, payments that had no or little information. Proper management contributed to this band hall. It's a symbol of our financial independence that we could achieve. Another area, was it the donee status that was mentioned? I was waiting for it to hit the table, the chief and council table, but it never actually hit there, where I was going to suggest that that's where we should be advocating for dollars to accommodate band member assistance. So yeah, it ended up going to Okimau to advocate, and we never had an actual say. For 15% on every donation that comes out, as far as I understand. Okimau also sits on our land development and our grow up, along with Sheldon and Leah. Now I get criticized for staying in my office. I'm supposed to be hiding from the people, but I am in there studying, researching, reading on many different issues, trying to have the information to make proper decisions. One of the areas that I did check out was the marijuana industry, and that took a while as well. So one thing I suggested to Okimau when they did come on is that there's dollars available for business plans, and then there's grant dollars to upgrade facilities. And I wasn't actually listened to, I guess there was nothing. There's $200,000 in grants that we could use to fix that facility. But they're choosing just to put in the business plan like that and go for the loan on the band's financial position. I'm here to try and get us organized, to have that, like I heard a lot of good things out of these counselors about transparency, about working together, accountability. There's one area that I can't actually figure out is how do we protect ourselves in that area? Because somebody could just come in and then, somebody can write a check and that's it. There was some background information that had to be done, but I don't know how right now. Audits are fine for bankers. They're fine for funders. But what kind of information do we need to share to our band members? That should be a different form of financial statements. Do we need to know about housing, contracts, consultants? Consultants is a big one that there's a lot of dollars that go that way. And then trying to figure out what we're actually getting for our money. That's information that we need to relay to the community. So I am trying to set up a foundation for when we get new leaders, when they come in, that they're not starting from behind. Because I came in and I had to start 2, maybe a year and a half behind to get to an accurate financial statement and an accurate financial position. So I have I only have 1 vote, and nobody even asked me for it either. I'm not asking only for your vote, I'm asking for your input, your opinions, your support to make our First Nation better. Thank you.
All right, so it doesn't look like I got any new questions, so I'm going to start off with the same 3 questions that we asked Sheldon. How do you feel about political leaders sitting on boards? Example, South Beach Casino. Why not a community member?
So it's chiefs that sit on that Southeast board, and I understand they get an honorarium. And I know it's quite a bit amount of money. I believe that honorarium, if I'm going to sit on that board, that it should come back to the community.
Trying to see the questions. Okay, do you think a community plan is important? Where do you see our community in 5 to 10 years from now and moving forward?
5 years, like, we have to come up with a plan, a 5-year plan with health funding. We have to have a 5-year plan with education, and that has to be with the community. We have our education professionals to set those goals. We have our health professionals to set those goals, and it has to be presented to the community as a whole.
All right. So speaking of business and moving forward in the future, I guess with regards to the grow up, how can you guarantee that it will be community owned, not individually owned, like what happened to Swan Lake and Headingley or Rosa River Gas Bar on number 6?
Yeah. So we have consulted lawyers. We had them look at the contract, and I think we need gather a focus group to work in that area so that it's transparent, and community members. So we should be seeing if somebody's trying to be, if they're trying to have it on their own or it's going there.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next question. Being chief is a stressful position. How would you go about dealing with these stressful situations?
Like what stressful situations? There's a whole bunch. There's like areas of What's that? Okay, social media is different. I'm not a bully. I walk, I read, I don't know. What did I do to her? Who?
Having a bit of a situation here, so I'm just going to turn down the mics for a second. Just dealing with a bit of an issue here, but I think it's been resolved, right? Okay, so that's been resolved, and we're going to continue. We're going to ask the question again. Being chief is a stressful position. How would you go about dealing with these stressful situations?
What I do is read and understand. A lot of the stress is coming from not understanding what's going on. So if we're working in areas that I don't understand, I read about it so I'm more informed. I also walk. I read a lot. I'm sorry, I'm just like flustered now.
You want to take a quick breather?
Give me a different question.
What kind of positive changes do you think you would bring to the community?
My focus that I wanted to put in place, I have the Constitution, the election code, we have a human resource policy, but we don't follow it. We have a health policy that includes a 5-year plan, a housing policy. We've had 3 or 4 meetings for community consultation to introduce some of the governing housing things and community protection bylaw. I think all this information should be shared to the community along with developing a financial plan. I was looking towards health, like if we do a 2-year review of health and we put that out to the community, a 2-year plan and review of housing, like out to the community, economic development. So every 2 years we can focus on these different changes that we have to make.
Okay, the next question is, how would you fix the in-office bullying?
I'm not a bully. Just kidding.
I think it's just message general. There's a couple of people that were asked the same question.
I think we should sit down and talk to people as soon as issues arise, because if we don't deal with it right away, it always seems to bubble into something else. You know, this person gets in on that side, that person gets in on the other side. So we need to have that meeting with both parties right away and mediate it somehow.
Okay, are you familiar with Bill 64?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on Bill 64?
I always thought that we should be running our own education. So when Frontier goes, and eventually that's going to happen, that we should bring those dollars home. But there's a whole lot of work that we have to do before that actually happens. So we're funded to capacity right now. We get the same amount of money that Frontier gets, so salaries shouldn't change. There shouldn't be a lot of changes in there with their budgets. But we do need to build that capacity on management, budgeting, work plans. Like, we need to get together with our education and plan how we're going to move forward.
Your next question is, how important is our language to you, and how will you reawaken our ancestral voices?
Very emotional when it comes to the language, because I don't have it. My mother has it. She's fluent. We have categories in every area. We have a category in in our school, we have a category. In JP, we have a category. In Head Start. And I was hoping out of those areas we could have a language group and develop a program through there using those dollars.
The next question is, what would you do about the drugs and alcohol issues in the workplace and in the community?
It's difficult with, it is difficult. Because you try and deal with it, but you have to, I know by our human resource manual and human rights issues. So we have had people come to the office and legal, there's a legal issue in there as well. And we have had people come to work drunk, but we're not allowed to send them home right away because it could be a liability because they're our employee. If they drive home, we send them home and they're drunk and you know, an accident happens, that ends up being a band office liability. And then on the other end, if you can't really go out and accuse an employee of doing drugs or drinking. And then the other one is if somebody actually comes and admits that they have a drug problem, we as employers have to offer them a mediation between going for treatment and also accommodate that.
The next question is, this is a fresh question that just came up. As chief, what will you do to help your safety officers make a fair wage? Will you strongly advocate for us so we can make decent money? What will you do to solve the issues in the community we bring to your attention, such as drinking and driving, drug and alcohol related violence, and domestic violence?
There's issues in the community that need more than just security. The security officer is not supposed to be, they're supposed to watch and make sure that, you know, issues are, they're not supposed to be acting like RCMP. There's a whole training, we have had the training. They are supposed to call the RCMP and then sometimes, well, that's the problem, is sometimes the RCMP don't come down right away. And I know there's issues with domestic. Sometimes, I don't know. People don't want to charge each other. So it's like if I get into an argument with my husband and then, you know, cops get him and then I just like forgive him, and so things don't actually, if it becomes an issue. So then that's where we need the health center and the NADAP or, you know, family, mental health, I guess, and building healthier communities areas to step in and try and ask to, I'm just losing it. Accommodate the situation if they're willing to take help.
Okay, we're going to go on to the next question. What would you do to help combat workplace harassment, and how would you ensure people in the offices and out of the offices are working together in a safe workplace environment?
We do have an HR policy that defines harassment. And then a lot of times we're waiting because we hire somebody with HR experience, we hire those managers to deal with those things. And then they should have the actual education to manage their employees, so that should have been dealt with there. And then if it doesn't get dealt with there, then there's a bigger ring of people that need to deal with that to mediate the situation. And then I guess at the end, you just end up calling in the elders to help us.
All right. Next question is, how would you deal with employees that speak out against you or disagree with your politics?
Disagreeing with what?
With your politics.
I welcome, how do you say it? Constructive criticism, because there's always your way, or if somebody has something to add to it, and even if it's negative, you kind of find a way to take in that outcome. And that discussion with both negative and positive has a better, makes for better decision making.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you two more questions. Unless you want me to continue to ask you questions, then I can, but I have two more questions for you right now. The first one is, what will be done about the roads? Will all roads be paved? Will the beach road be fixed at all?
So when I came on, we did an assessment on the road, J.R. Cousins. So the cheapest road that we could fix was this one, was $300,000. And I think it would end up being $3 million to do all the roads. So we had them broke out in sections, what we can plan over a 5-year plan, which areas we can do, and create that budget for it. And this is what we were planning to do, but the band hall kind of fell apart, so we just allocated the road dollars that way, or here. And now we gotta make a plan and budget for the next sections. I don't even know if we'll get to the beach road.
And this is going to be your final question. After that, you can go ahead and close out your speech, okay? This is a question, I guess, related to education. I know that we asked earlier about, the pay scale changing. You just said that it shouldn't really change much. So this is kind of going to the same discussion of the schooling changing, the education system's changing. Should the school go back to being band operated, how will you guarantee education dollars are spent on education? Because under the 10-year grant, you can spend it where chief and council see fit. Example, housing.
Right now, there is a lot of housing dollars. We have a proposal in right now, or it's going in, for 5 units next year and another 5 units. We also have, 3 units being built right now, and then we have another 4 single units coming up. So I think housing is okay for the next 3 years. If we're gonna go to band operated schooling dollars, we'd have to expand our finance. We'd have to work with our school board. We'd have to see what kind of budgets. I guess when we talked with Frontier last about breaking off, they said they'd work with us with our finance and their finance to move forward. And the dollars that we get for education right now, we pay that to Frontier, so there shouldn't be any changes as we're moving forward.
Okay, so you're going to be given a chance to close out. And I just want to say, I want to commend you because I know you were dealing with a little bit of stress and you found a way to calm down and continue to keep doing what you're doing. So good on you for that. You can go ahead and close out however you like, and then we're going to move on for the rest of the stream.
Where do I want to close out to? On Sunday, I am having a meet and greet in my yard. And I have to apologize to the off reserve. I was planning to go out there and we couldn't get a park spot, and then apparently we can't have a barbecue, but I will try to get out there. So I've worked here for my community for many years, and I've watched the development, and I've also watched our backwards, when we go backwards and we go forward, and then we need to build that foundation for when we get our new chief or our new council, our new leaders, because it's always like they start right from the very, very beginning, and then it's like they have to work everything out again, and that seems to be the way. I don't know why or how we can fix that. And I'm very eager to work with everybody, and I will work on my speaking skills. Thank you.
All right, that is one of your chief candidates, Millie Cook. If you guys want to support her come Saturday, all you got to do is look for her name, or even on August 2nd live, look for her name on the ballot. There's a little square box right next to it. You put a check mark or an X on it, and that's how you support her candidacy. Considering that, it was under a little bit of pressure there and dealing with stressful situation, I think she did really well in finishing her speech. So we're going to move on from there, and, we'll do a quick reminder right now. Let's see. I'm looking for my advanced poll. Oh, there it is. All right. So advanced polls, Saturday, July 24th, 2021, Marlborough Hotel, Churchill's Room, 331 Smith Street in Winnipeg, Manitoba, open from 9 a.m. till 8 p.m. And of course, we'll be here on August 2nd, also from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. if you guys want to come in and vote in person. Take advantage of the advanced poll, though, if you will. It's a good way to be able to just get your vote out of the way and not have to stress on the 2nd. So that's going to be it for right now. We'll do a quick post here on our Turtle Nation Holdings. If you want to check us out, turtlenationholdings.com. If you want to reach us via email, turtlenationholdings@gmail.com. Our phone number, 228-4786. And our mission and services, we ensure our clients that we provide a professional level of service for your projects, which we honestly try to do that every single time. And we'll do a quick commercial as well. And if you guys want to check us out on YouTube, follow us on YouTube. You can go on there, look us up, Turtle Nation Holdings. That's our little logo on the left side on the bottom there. When you find that, you'll know that you found us. And then you'll also be able to find all the footage from today, the nomination meeting, and you'll also be able to find the election day coverage when we come back on the 2nd. So go check us out on YouTube, Turtle Nation Holdings. I'm going to try to update this or upload this footage either tonight or tomorrow. When I do, I will go back on the page. I'll make sure that I post a link on there for everybody to be able to go on there and share that link, so you can reach out to the members who are not social media friendly and who may just want to go on YouTube and check that out. And yeah, that's going to be it for today, guys. So my name is Rod Arriagada. That's my assistant. You can see his legs on the screen there. And I'll put up my name here for you guys so you guys can see who I am. So that's my name right there, Rod Arriagada. I hope you guys enjoyed the coverage today from Black River First Nation. It was quite a good candidates forum. Lots of good insight, lots of good answers, lots of good questions. And I think the platforms were really great. So I hope you guys enjoyed the coverage that we brought to you here today. And we will see you guys again on August 2nd for Election Day. And of course, thank you for liking and sharing, guys. You guys are awesome for doing so. That's going to be it for today. You've been watching Black River First Nation 2021 Chief and Council Candidates Forum. Live coverage brought to you by Turtle Nation Holdings. I hope you guys enjoyed it all. And, well, make sure you guys come out and support your candidates on Saturday, July 24th in Winnipeg, 331 Smith Street, Marlborough Hotel, Churchill's Room, or here in person, August 2nd. We'll be here from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m. And then, of course, we're going to bring you guys the ballot counts live as well. So pretty exciting. We'll see you guys then. Have a good night, everyone. Cheers.